left off, been accused of killing the one girl, convinced that our mother was out to get her. Really interesting. I know that's kind of how I feel. I also feel like I'm about to be murdered for happen.
How many times must I tell you? You must never put your life on the line for me.
Mother has always had a fascination for Lord Mortimer, but has never wanted to tell me why.
We are doing our utmost to find your mother as quickly as possible.
Uh, um, is that better? Hello. Hold on. Test, test. Is that better? You can hear me, but is it going in and out? Yeah, it's going in and out, or yeah, you can hear me. Not anymore? Okay. I had a noise gate on, but it normally works, so maybe some of it's part of the mic. Do you hear anything, a little background noise? How about that? Is that better? Is that working? I am talking. Is that not working? It's good? Okay.
Without your mother, hundreds of men of the cloth would have gone to the guillotine.
All I can tell you is I'm looking for my sister.
Do you believe your mother capable of torturing a child?
An agreement for cannons. Lord Mortimer assured me that you are to take over the project on behalf of your mother.
Johann Christoph von Wollner, Minister of Religious Affairs, and Jacques Peroux, French Revolutionary Tribunal Judge. You will find that Lord Mortimer is not what one would call conventional, Monsieur de Richet. Monsieur de Richet, I am arresting you for the murder of Elizabeth Adams.
Fun. What should we add? Can't add those yet. Oh, this gives me 3 different ones. Yes. Why won't we pick this book? What book? Conversation. I can equip 3 now. I don't remember why I put any points in, but let's add some etiquette in there, since we can. This should be interesting.
At last we meet, Monsieur de Richet. Do you mind if I call you Louis?
Please do.
Thank you. I wish to apologize wholeheartedly, Louis. I made you cross the seas, and I wasn't even here to welcome you. When I asked you to join us here, it was, of course, in the hope that you would help us find your mother. But an act of horrific violence occurred during the night. And I do not know if this is linked to the disappearance of Sarah.
What are you getting at? What act of violence?
We found Elizabeth Adams' body in her room. She was brutally murdered, stabbed several times. I'll get straight to the point, Louis. According to the initial elements at my disposal, you were the last person to see her alive.
Yes, last night we, Do you suspect me?
I want you to tell me everything that happened last night and leave nothing out. Tell me, how did the evening begin?
Oh, this can't be good.
Duchess Hillsborough and I were returning to our rooms when Elizabeth came up to us. She was in a state of panic and insisted that she needed to speak to me. She said she feared for her life. I took my leave of the Duchess and followed Elizabeth to her room.
Continue.
She insisted we have a drink, without which she refused to confide anything.
What exactly did she want to speak about?
Her childhood with my mother. She thought she'd seen my mother.
She claimed she saw my mother the previous evening on the cliff, if I remember correctly.
Interesting. I will send someone as soon as possible. But do go on.
I refused to go on drinking with her. She already seemed drunk and her conversation became confused. So, then she ordered me to get out. If only I'd stayed.
Don't blame yourself, Louis. How could you have known? But thank you for this new information.
Louis, I shan't hide the fact that this tragedy puts me in a very delicate situation. I cannot risk upsetting the smooth operation of our next conference. But the case cannot remain unaddressed.
I understand. What do you intend to do?
I must reassure my guests, and justice will be done. And for that to happen, I must ask for your help.
Why is that?
You met Elizabeth. You spoke together, I believe. She trusted you. Listen, Louis. Find out who could have committed this murder. I refuse to believe that one of my guests is the murderer. I want to know who is responsible for this. And I trust you. You have my backing.
Did the butler
Must
do it?
stop at nothing. Can I count on you?
Of course. How would you like me to proceed?
Maybe you could start by going to the scene of the crime. Elizabeth was attacked in her room.
Can you tell me anything else about what happened?
Now, Louis, I wouldn't want to influence you. Get over there and form your own opinion.
Do you have any suspects in mind, my lord?
I spent most of the night talking with Sir Gregory and His Eminence Piaggi, so I think you can remove them from the list of suspects. Monsieur Bonaparte and President Washington left the party after midnight, I believe. They were tired and went up to bed.
It was the parrot. It's always the parrot.
Right. I'll get over there immediately.
Thank you, Louis. Now, once you've finished, come back and let me know your findings. I'll be waiting. And Louis, you've got permission to search through the guests' rooms. They've all been notified and they agree.
Oh, perfect! Free reign to whatever I want. Without getting in trouble. First things first, though. Why does he make them more mad?
A nightmare painted by Fuseli in 1781.
just gonna take this off your desk, sir. Thanks. Okay, we're gonna investigate this parrot. Did you murder them? Speak now. Squawk. No one can hear you. I found a book. Leviathan, huh? Coins. What else we got? Can I talk more to him? I mean, he's still a suspect.
I've come to speak about the findings of the investigation, my lord.
I'm listening, Louis.
I'll be in touch as soon as I have any more information.
He wants me to actually come up with a culprit? Oh, what if he's guilty, though? I know, right? And Devil's Thorn is this one? I didn't know it started counting down, otherwise I probably would have waited. Oh, well, here's a conversation.
Your Eminence, I imagine that you've heard the news about Miss Adams.
What a tragedy, my son. How could such a thing have happened?
That's exactly what I'm trying to find out. Did you notice anything out of the ordinary last night?
I saw the young French soldier, Bonaparte, I believe, hanging around near Miss Adams' room. But I would not want to get an innocent man into trouble, Louis. It's probably nothing.
Not to worry, Your Eminence. If he is innocent, then he has nothing to fear. Do you know why Monsieur Bonaparte was hanging around her room like that?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised to learn that the dashing young soldier had become infatuated with a fragile young woman who looked a bit lost.
No.
But I don't think he got a very warm welcome.
Bonaparte and Adams? But they didn't even know each other, did they?
I couldn't say, Louis. But if I were you, my son, I would talk to Monsieur Peru. You remember how violently he set upon Miss Adams.
Oh, don't worry. He's on the list of suspects. Dante's Purgatory. Why does your mind presume to flight when you're still like the imperfect grub, the worm before it's attained its final form? Charming.
Okay, let's see what's on this side. Aha!
A drachma.
This is what all my years of Nancy Drew playing has done to me.
Which four-letter word could open this chest?
The only word I can think of is Rands. Oh wait, I can change them? Like, change them? Okay. Okay, hold on. Pulling up a notebook. Where is my... There it is. Okay, so the first letter can either be A, C, Z, or E. The second letter can be R, B, E, or A. Third letter can be S, E, U, or I. And the fourth letter is either N, L, E, or S. So what kind of word can that make? CR, Crun, Grow, The only word with Z I can think of is zebra. That's not enough. Oh, C, Grin, Krill, Cry, Also, is it even in English? I mean, we have French here, right? So, French words are not technically off the table. Any idea, C? I'll have to come back to that. Words are not my thing. I don't know if I'll be able to come back to this space, but I don't have any idea, so down we go. Right. Thank you, C, for chipping in towards that IRL stream. Can I go back up? I can. Which makes sense, because I have to go back up to do that, right? Can't go in that room. I'm just gonna run around until I can find rooms I can go in. What? Whose room is this?
Monsieur Johann van Volner.
I guess he's not here, so that makes sense. Listen to this music. Tense. What? Didn't I just talk to you?
Good day, Monsieur de Richet.
Mr. Volner, are you looking for anything in particular? Next to Elizabeth's room?
No, nothing special.
Yeah, he was that guy. Insinuating he looks dodgy. Don't tell him anything for the time being. What is he doing in the corridor? Speak about Elizabeth's death.
Has anyone told you that Elizabeth was killed last night?
Yes. Rumors spread quickly.
Huh. He looks very put out.
It's horrible. How did it happen?
I can say nothing to you, sir. You'd better follow your host's instructions and stay in your quarters.
I shall leave you now, sir. I will return to my room.
I want to go to his room first, but I guess technically I should always start the scene of the crime. Doesn't look like much of a struggle. Like, all those other candles are not knocked over. Just this one portion of the room. I mean, her room was disheveled to begin with. Hi, creep. Okay.
My dear Elizabeth.
Okay. Yeah, this is how we learned about all her sister.
The clock stopped at 3:54. If it was smashed during the murder, then I've just established the time of the crime.
I'm convinced. Broken clocks always tell me the time of death for anyone.
Huh. The talisman that I gave back to Elizabeth. I can't exactly say it brought her good luck. The notebook, written in Elizabeth's handwriting. It is written in a mix of several languages. Not too easy to work out. It looks like a mixture of medieval Latin and Anglo-Norman. It is difficult to make sense of this jerky writing. I can make out some passages, though. He's coming. The demon is upon me. He's coming back to kill me. There she is. Death has come to finish me off. I've just run into her son. That was her last entry. What tortured writing.
Well then.
June 11th.
I read that one last time. A gun, but she's been stabbed.
A pistol? Fairly new, I'd say. And judging by the weight of it, fairly light.
Yes, I put my fingerprints all over the stuff.
It's extremely well maintained. The barrel is perfectly clean. It isn't loaded, and there's no traces of gunshot residue. I'd conclude that it hasn't been used recently. A tribute engraved on the barrel. To the liberators of France. There's a few dried traces of blood on the grip. Difficult to know for sure how they got there.
Pistol whip?
Right. I shall have to find its owner. A piece of fabric. High quality at that. I'd say it's silk. Going by the texture and the gray hue, it must come from a dress, that kind that women of quality wear. It's a travel dress. The silk has been lightly waxed to protect it from bad weather. And I know the very woman who came up with the idea, given all the traveling she does. My mother. God help us. Why did she come here in the first place? The material appears to have undergone abnormal wear and tear. She must have been scouring the countryside, and that doesn't look good. A piece of fabric. High quality at that. I'd say it's silk. Going by the texture and the gray hue, it must come from a dress, that kind that women of quality wear. The color doesn't correspond to Emily's black outfits, and Elizabeth doesn't have anything quite like this in her wardrobe. Let's take a closer look. It's a little dirty. It must come from the bottom of the dress where it touches the ground. I recognize that moire pattern. It's the same as the travel dress my mother was wearing when she left. But why the hell did she come into this room? A pentagram? What the hell's been going on here?
Dude, that was there way before.
Contrary to what most people believe, the pentagram's not there to conjure up, I don't know what evil or demonic creature. With the point toward the top, the pentagram is an ancient symbol of protection against evil. Many esoteric rituals are based on this shape. Could Elizabeth have been sacrificed during an occult ritual? I wonder if Elizabeth's death has anything at all to do with this pentagram. If a ritual went wrong and degenerated, Elizabeth would probably have been killed in the center of the pentagram, not 3 meters from here.
But we just talked about it being protection. So... false leads?
Vials of laudanum. The label shows that this laudanum comes straight from America. I wonder if Washington's involved.
Don't know enough chemistry to answer that, I guess. Who leaves the weapon behind?
The handprint on the handle is really small. I can't imagine a man with a hand that size. It must be from a woman's hand. Poor girl bled to death. Whoever left that footprint has boats for feet. That's at least a size 15. Where's a size like that here? Peru? Washington, maybe.
The clues are like all over the place, so like... it doesn't make any sense.
There are numerous marks on the body. She must have fought like a lion. It couldn't have happened without a lot of noise. There are also a number of old scars.
Looks like she cuts herself.
People who scar themselves in this way generally do so to relieve some kind of psychological suffering. By trying to master the pain, they establish their self-control.
Science is locked, otherwise I'd be able to analyze the scars.
Scarring, ugh. Scarring isn't very regular, but they're mostly from old cuts. She had the Sigillum de Ameth tattooed on her, the symbol of the living God, written in the language of angels, according to believers. It is rare for someone to know about symbols like this at her age, unless her mother was a tutor. Ancient Greek. Let's see what it means. These are sacred chants intended to protect their bearer. But from whom? Or from what?
Seems like she always, like, was afraid for her life. That's her arm. Let's look at the head.
I see no sign of bruising on the skull. The only clue is a scar from a previous craniectomy. Poor Elizabeth, she must have been very young when she went through all that. That's torture. She also has old scars around the neck, and maybe mutilations. She bled from the nose. There's signs of bleeding, but I don't see any traces of bruising.
The mean choice already made.
There's signs of bleeding, but I don't see any traces of bruising. There's signs of bleeding, but I don't see any traces of bruising.
So it's like one of those, once I've made it, I can't go back. Got it.
What a strange smell. Laudanum. Certain courtiers use it to get drunk. If taken in large quantities, it can provoke fits of madness. Blood, but no trace of blows on the legs. The direction of the blood streaks caused by the wounds to the thorax show that she was standing when she lost blood. This proves that she was standing when she was assassinated, possibly held by someone or something. More tattoos, similar to those on the rest of her body.
So I'm apparently not smart enough to look for sexual assault.
I count no fewer than 9 wounds on the thorax, with a lot of blood. On first sight, I'd say that's what caused her death. It looks as though the wounds were inflicted from a precise angle, as if the murderer was standing behind Elizabeth.
Kind of weird.
Some of these tattoos are veritable works of... What's that? The skin between her breasts is different. Bloody hell! This tattoo was drawn on a page of leather and stitched onto her skin.
Oh.
Probably during childhood. If the scars are anything to go by. It's the same kind of tattoo as on the rest of her body.
That's a little disturbing.
No wounds, but blood on the right hand. Nothing on the left except that tattooed symbol. This pinnacle's a trap. The wearers of the pinnacle thought that they were protected from evil by surrounding it inside the different circles of the pinnacle. No marks or bruising around the wrists. It doesn't look like she was tied up or held by force.
Interesting.
Knocked over bottle of wine.
I'm gonna smell this bottle.
Same thing Elizabeth served me last night. Still just as disgusting. I don't know what's happened to this wine, but it's undrinkable.
And now something has happened to me. Let's stop pointing things in my nose and mouth that I don't know what they are. I think we analyzed
Poor
everything.
girl
with
bled
blood.
to death. Whoever left that footprint has boats for feet. That's at least a size 15. Where's a size like that here? Peru? Washington, maybe.
So, a woman murdered her and then a guy walked through the blood, so 2 people, possibly?
Blood spatter indicates that the murderer must have held Elizabeth upright during the attack. Even if Elizabeth wasn't very big, I doubt she wouldn't have put up a struggle. It takes tremendous strength to overpower someone like that.
Which one does negative side effects? Is that this one? Next skill use is free. This is the negative ailments. This is the refill. This is the vulnerability. responsibilities. Puts everything in her room.
Has Sam finished with this room?
Do you know
Goodness knows.
who could have made such a mess of this room?
Miss Adams, sir. We were given orders to leave the room as it was, so as not to rush her.
Did she have a fight with someone to get the room into this state?
Not that I know of, sir. Miss Adams would sometimes throw a tantrum, during which she would destroy anything that came to hand. Lord Mortimer told us not to enter the room.
Thanks for that information.
You are welcome, sir. Has Sam finished with this room?
I know enough now. Thank you.
Very well, sir. Sir may return whenever need be. I shall guard the door.
What I don't get is he has all these servants. Like, why are we assuming that it has to be a guest and not a random servant? Like... Another book. Let's stick to one side of the room first.
Greetings, Louis.
Mr. President, you can guess why I'm here.
Of course.
Lord Mortimer has sent me to ask you a few questions about last night.
It's... How am I going to tell Elizabeth's father that she's dead?
I know, Mr.
Again.
President. I shall endeavor to find out the truth about this tragedy. I must ask you to help me, though. Please.
Find the degenerate pig who did this, Louis.
What I don't get is, if I was the last one to see her, why would the guy in charge of this house expect me to sniff the person out? Like, what rules me out? Something's just not right.
Are you all right, Mr. President? Are you feeling all right?
Oh, don't worry. It's this rotten toothache. What do you expect? I'm no spring chicken now.
Tell me, Mr. President, had you spoken to Elizabeth since your arrival? You know her father. You thought she was dead.
No, I didn't. And I believe I'll be taking my remorse with me to my grave. I wanted to, but I didn't know where to begin.
You can't blame yourself. You couldn't have known that her days were numbered. Were you aware that Elizabeth took laudanum?
Yes, she came to ask me for some. She had finished her reserve, I believe.
Did she tell you why she was so desperate to get some, Mr. President?
She said she had terrible migraines that wouldn't go away.
More likely for the voices she heard, not the migraines. I'm talking to all the guests to find out who has an alibi and, well, who doesn't, Mr. President. Can you tell me what you were doing last night so that I can strike your name off the list?
I spent the night right here, reading.
All night?
Exactly. Emily stopped by in the middle of the night, you can ask her. She wanted to talk about some business we have in common.
Anything whatsoever to do with Elizabeth?
Not at all, Louis. A business matter.
And he doesn't want to share.
Do you know if she had any enemies, Mr. President?
Not that I know of. I heard about her altercation with Mr. Perry. But that case was closed, if I'm not mistaken. But if in doubt, I wouldn't leave any door unopened. And I'd go and question your fellow countrymen.
Don't worry. Countryman or not, I'm not letting anybody slip through the cracks.
Put that in there.
Do you know why she came to the island?
To get help, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't that right?
Indeed. Sir Gregory suggested to her father that he introduce her to Lord Mortimer to see if he could help her. It would appear that she wasn't invited to the conference.
That doesn't surprise me. The poor girl was in no way concerned by our business, and she had no political clout.
So, I don't understand why Sir Gregory invited her during the conference of his good friend Lord Mortimer. He must have realized that he wouldn't have much time to grant her. Preparing a conference does not seem an easy task. On the evening of our arrival, Lord Mortimer didn't even welcome us, what with his being so busy and all.
Yes, you're right, Louis. I didn't think of that. It is indeed rather surprising. The easiest thing to do is simply ask him, you know.
Of course. Mr. President, we found a footprint at the scene of the crime.
Not a dress shoe, I hope. That's all I wear.
No, rest assured. It looks like the print of a big ankle boot. A large size, I'd say.
Perfect. That should help you, Louis. It's a clue.
I only wear dress shoes before you say anything.
Looks like a note between Emily and Washington about trade deals.
Can't decipher the letter.
My dear George, I'd like to invite you to join me as planned at my place. I have a project to show you. It is time that the United States played a more important role on the world stage. I understand your reluctance of playing with fire. I know your new country is very young, but rest assured that I would do nothing to jeopardize what we have built together. I look forward to seeing you soon. Your friend, William.
Carmelite water. They say that if you drink this, it gives you a real boost. Portrait of George Washington.
In his own room. I don't know if that's flattering or creepy. Those dress boots? Royal jelly, which you're definitely gonna need. Okay. Newsroom's next. Not that one. Not that one.
Monseigneur, His Eminence Cardinal Piaggi.
Not this one either.
Huh, that's me.
Well, it's my room. I can't go in my own room.
Duke Manuel Godoy.
Why can't I go in any room? I think I'm supposed to be investigating them, though. Here's Emily's room.
Tending children at the orphanage in Harlem. I find it a little hard to understand this painting choice. King George III in coronation robes. Nice touch for the room of an English duchess. A fragment of amber.
Nice.
Dear E, I received your last letter, Unfortunately, the Crown informed the Golden Order that our mission should under no circumstances hamper Sir Gregory's plans. Decidedly, they have support from the highest level in Buckingham Palace. So here we both are, hands and feet tied, and little room to maneuver. Keep me abreast of events. Our mission is becoming more complicated. Yours, E. T.S. The French chapter of the Order doesn't appear to know anything about the arrival of our friend Sarah. I therefore cannot comment on it. However, my guess is that she has come here for personal reasons.
Okay.
The Lady's Waldegrave by Reynolds, painted upon the request of the Waldegrave family, in an effort to find them a husband. Displayed like meat. It's disgusting.
You know, why does he know so much about art? Like, they study it? It's just... Book!
Grammar of Port-Royal. Ah, the artistry of the French language in all its splendor. Whoever masters French commands the world. At least, une partie of it.
A letter from William Pitt the Younger, addressed to Emily. He's the present Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Emily has indeed some powerful backers. Madam, thank you for consoling the Queen. The King's situation is worsening, but I wager he'll recover from this present fit. Next time you speak with Her Majesty the Queen, would you please be so kind as to ask her to look into my petition to raise taxes with the King? I will personally see to it that our nation will recover from this impasse. But King George's mental situation is slowing down our decision-taking. Thank you in advance for all your help. William Pitt, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain. A drachma.
Interesting. We didn't read this one. Duchess, you can inform King George of the Holy Father's backing. We shall assist you with financing the recruitment of regiments of immigrant royalists to fight against France. Your friend, His Eminence Giuseppe Paggi.
2 coils circle the lock.
I don't have a key for that one.
Queen Charlotte. All the royal family of England is there from what I can tell. A letter from William Pitt the Elder addressed to Emily. He was the English Prime Minister. This letter dates from 15 years ago now. Madam, I shall never thank you enough for all your care and attention. I shall be indebted to you until my last breath. If you have any request of me, you only need ask. With regards to my son William, I shall never thank you enough for looking after him. You know the latter's preferences, and you will understand he needs you desperately. For that, and as agreed with Queen Charlotte, our friend Duke Hillsborough will carry out his task and meet with you within 6 months. From then on, you'll be free from want. Yours sincerely, William Pitt, Count of Chatham.
15 years ago. How old is Emily? I mean, it's the 1700s. Like, she's probably in her early 20s with how young she looks. That would make her like 5 at the time of that letter. That doesn't make sense.
A devil's thorn, to be used to uncover the best disguised traits. A devil's thorn, to be used to uncover the best disguised traits.
Okay, well, let's look at Emily's traits here.
What can I do for you, Louis?
I've come to see you about last night's tragedy. Did you hear anything about what happened to Elizabeth?
Yes, we all did. Rumors spread quickly, you know. How awful. I didn't know her well, but I hope at least the poor thing didn't suffer too much.
Death came quickly. You can be assured of that.
If such a senseless act can happen here, then none of us is truly safe anywhere. Lord Mortimer must be mortified that one of his guests could have committed such an act, don't you think?
He is indeed very upset about it. It's only natural after such a violent murder.
Violent? What do you mean?
Elizabeth was stabbed 9 times.
Oh my god, Louis.
Why would I give her that
awful.
info?
The murderer must have had a serious grudge against her to set upon her like that. It must have been a crime of passion. Do you know what happened exactly?
In fact, Lord Mortimer has asked me to look into this case, Emily.
Really? Are you Lord Mortimer's snoop now?
I'm doing it for Elizabeth, not to please Mortimer.
Good for you. Quite right, too. Have you found out anything?
I'm now interviewing all the guests to establish the alibis for each person. Just so that I can cross you off the list of suspects, can you tell me what you were doing on the night of the murder?
Am I given to understand that I'm on the list of suspects?
Don't take it the wrong way, but I must consider every possibility.
Well, if you absolutely wanted to be sure of my activities that evening, you only had to join me, you know.
I know, Emily. Especially since I couldn't prevent the murder, even though I spent part of the evening with Elizabeth.
You're sure it's not too hard to bear for you?
The fact is, I don't have a choice. But I will find the murderer. I owe Elizabeth that, at least. Did you and Elizabeth get to know each other?
I must admit, Louis, I didn't take much interest in her. I feel a bit guilty about it, but I never actually spoke to her. She seemed burdened by her problems, and as she wasn't invited to the conference, I didn't really seek her out.
I hear you were in discussions with the Holy See.
Oh, either His Eminence can't keep his tongue from wagging, or you've been poking your nose where you shouldn't, sir.
Even so, Emily, you're raising a royalist army. That's no small matter.
And you are straying from the subject. Is there anything else you wanted to ask me?
Ooh.
I found a torn piece of dress in Miss Adams' room. Gray silk.
Where's it from?
That's what I'm trying to find out. The color doesn't match any of Elizabeth's dresses, but I might not have found all of her clothes yet.
Good Lord, Louis, do you realize what this means? If this piece of dress isn't from Elizabeth, then it's... I don't have any grey silk dresses, Louis. Neither does my sister, since we wear the same clothes.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to check with you.
I'm so sorry, Louis.
Thank you.
Are you all right? You know, I'm sure there's a good reason why your mother was at the scene.
Thank you, Emily.
Should put that together, huh?
I won't keep you, Emily. Thank you for answering my questions.
See you, Louis.
Double checking, nothing over here. Always good to get more elixir stuff. Okay, on to the next room. Is it possible anyone can be downstairs? Nope. 'Cause I can't go downstairs. I'm liking the free search of everyone's room, though. Devil's Thorn, huh? After I talk to him, I'll pick that up.
The Prince by Machiavelli. A perfect read for anyone with a surfeit of ambition. That might come in handy.
Boots again.
Monsieur de Richet, please be quick. We are both very busy.
Did you hear about young Elizabeth?
Indeed, it is deeply regrettable.
Lord Mortimer asked me to...
I know. You no doubt want to know my alibi. I spent the night downstairs playing cards.
Can you tell me who was present at the game, please?
Well, there were Lord Mortimer, President Washington, and Sir Gregory.
Thank you.
Ah, and His Eminence Piaget as well. Excuse me, I nearly forgot him. Poor soul.
Did any of you leave during the game?
Not that I know of, monsieur. I didn't exactly spend my time noting the other guests' comings and goings, but I don't think so.
Thank you.
For a general, wouldn't you?
What time did the game end?
I can't say exactly. As for me, I must have stayed until midnight. I was exhausted, couldn't think straight, so I preferred to go up to bed.
On your way up to bed, did you notice anything
But the murder
out of the
happened
ordinary?
at like 3 something in the morning.
Not
so
in
that
the
doesn't
least.
give
The
you an
whole
alibi.
manor was sound asleep.
Not really. No. Did you notice anything unusual during the evening?
Nothing at all.
I hate
Except the luck of the devil of Lord Mortimer and Sir Gregory at cards.
Did they win much?
Oh la la, monsieur, they cleaned us out more like. But I plan on getting it all back before we leave.
Someone saw you not far from the victim's room. Can you tell me what you were doing exactly, please?
I can tell you that someone is an idiot. I wanted to warn her to be careful. You see, on the night of my arrival, I saw someone leaving her room in haste, and I wanted to speak to her, to warn her. Unfortunately, the young lady slipped through my fingers each time. Now I know why. She had every reason to be worried. What an idiot I was not to insist. I could have helped her.
I've been studying him for a while now, and I don't think he was lying. Yet, I'm surprised how easy it was for me to read him. It must surely be his military side. I wish they all could be like that. My investigation would be finished already. As any good soldier would, I imagine you own a firearm. May I see it?
Oh, well, if you really want to, here is my pistol. Don't worry, it is not loaded.
Do you have several of these?
In Corsica, oui, but not on me when I am traveling. Only a bandit would carry such an arsenal.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, have we finished, monsieur?
Exactly. Thanks again for all your answers. Good day. Carmelite water. They say that if you drink this, it gives you a real boost. My dearest son, I'm writing to implore you to act quickly. The situation is rapidly worsening here. Paoli continues to steer our motherland, Corsica, toward open warfare between France and England. His men are everywhere. We are obliged to go into hiding and are unable to remain in the same place for more than 2 days. I wouldn't be surprised if they targeted us soon. Make haste, my son. You hold our destiny in your hands. Your loving mother, Maria Letizia Bonaparte. French actor Talma as Nero in Amber Crystals.
No, that would have been a good place to hide something like a coin.
There's just one holster in Bonaparte's gear, and the pistol is missing. On the other hand, his cleaning equipment is in mint condition. That's typical of the soldier in him.
But you just showed us the one
My
he
dear
has.
Napoleon, as previously agreed, I would like to ask you to join us in January on my island to participate in the High Society meeting organized for the occasion. We shall be able to continue our discussion about our project for a new order for France. I have a proposition to make to you concerning your wish to put a strong leader at the head of France. I trust you to be discreet as to your coming. See you soon, Lord William Mortimer.
Vercingetorix throws down his arms at the feet of Julius Caesar by Royer, two great army chiefs.
Can't that just say warlords at the bottom?
The Battle of Alexander at Issus, or how Alexander the Great triumphed over King Darius. Yet another one with delusions of grandeur.
An old sesterce from Roman Gaul.
Yeah, that's that. I knew I was hearing something. I just want to make sure it's what I thought it was.
Hannibal crossing the Alps, another military success. Why do I get nothing but visions of horror in my room, and he gets victory after victory?
It seems like he very well picks all these out, which makes me think he's trying to tell me something. Like, you're gonna die. He's gonna tell me get out.
What do you want from me, de Richet?
Greetings. It's fallen to me
Cut
that...
the crap! Get to the point. We both know why you're here.
And have you got anything to tell me?
What does it matter? It's too late anyway. Do what you have to do and get out.
It's never too late, sir. If you have something to say, now is the time.
You don't understand. Everything's already written. It's over.
Why is he behaving like the perfect culprit? What is it that's already written? I'm not sure I follow you.
No, you don't.
I've been told to take the blame.
All right. Have you finished?
Not quite. I'd like you to answer a few questions.
Did I grab the thing on the way out of Bonaparte's room? Oh, crap.
Let's get right to it. Are you Elizabeth Adams' murderer?
That is for you to prove, if I'm not mistaken, boy.
Questioning.
You weren't expecting me to do all the legwork for you, were you? Lazy man.
Ouch. Wow, that was...
You were armed the night of my arrival. Can I see your weapon?
No.
You do realize you're not helping, don't you? You're making it worse for yourself.
He's going down swinging.
I know you were at the scene. We will save a lot of time if you just tell me what happened.
You know nothing at all.
Enlighten me then. For now, I have your footprint in a pool of blood.
That's right. The only thing you can prove is one of my boots was at the scene. Congratulations. You've wrapped up the investigation.
Boy.
A pattern with 4 circles.
Don't have the key.
Nice decor for a revolutionary tribunal judge's room.
Okay then.
Another painting on the massacre of the innocents? The Massacre of the Innocents, but by Van Harlem. I think that Mortimer likes to play mind games with his guests.
Sort of make me think of the story, and then there were none. Oh. I don't know if we shall meet again. At this point in time, I am a prisoner, snared by my own decisions. You must be protected. My future is lost without you. You can still be saved. No matter how much bitterness you hold against me, you must know that I made a pact with the devil, who I thought I could master. I thought I knew the monsters, but what I did for France is nothing compared to what they are capable of doing. Now I can't see any way out. The jaws are closing upon me. I love you now, forever. You were thinking that, see? It's definitely interesting. I like how they keep so much fresh fruit around. Like, I can't afford to have fresh fruit like this all the time. Shows his wealth. Okay, I know I don't know, like, old things, but, what is that used for? My mind goes somewhere. It definitely shouldn't.
Dear friend, please come and join us. We must meet about the ongoing operations in Paris. A boat will be waiting for you in Calais and will take you to Dover in England. From there, a carriage will take you to the port of Tintagel, where a frigate will be waiting for you and other guests, so you can meet up with me on my island as quickly as possible. I await your arrival. Lord William Mortimer.
4 circle-shaped key. Golden elixir. Which one's golden elixir? I forget which one golden elixir is. I think it's this one. Yep, that one. Get rid of my exhaustion. Pick up another one.
Records of the police. Notes intended for the police lieutenant of Paris.
It's a list of people under surveillance in Paris. And there's some well-known names on it. This is valuable information. This shouldn't be lying around.
The Massacre of the Innocents by Rubens. A bit gloomy. Guess my room is not that bad.
How many circles was
A pattern with 4 circles.
just... I'm gonna pause it right there and run to the bathroom real quick. And I'll be right back. am back. How was that transition, see? Did it look really nice? I worked on that the other day.
Dear Monsieur Peru, I'm writing. I expect they will cease in due course. Should you decide to send us more, please note beds will soon be. Long live the Republic. Long live France. Sister Marie-Hélène.
I have no space left. I'll retrieve it later. I'll retrieve it later.
That's okay. I'm sure I'll be coming back in this room at some point. Here's negative, restores. Next use is free.
All right. Have you finished?
Not quite. I'd like you to answer a few questions.
I feel like he has... Okay, where's that negative free? I want this one.
2 days ago, I surprised you having a go at Miss Adams. What happened? Did you want to give her another beating? She would let...
Idea what happened, and here you are, carping away. You think you're Investigator of the Year. Have you taken a look at yourself, Deriche?
Didn't you get enough beating her black and blue the last time?
I did not!
Oh, cost me nothing.
Why?
Nothing. Get away from me.
Just as soon as you stop treating me like I'm an idiot. If you wanted people to think you were guilty, you couldn't have done any better. So cut the bullshit and come clean now.
I can't! He'll come for revenge.
Who?
No one! Just shut your trap, goddammit! Yes, I was there. Yes, I walked in her blood. You've got all you need to wrap it up. Now scram!
He kicked me out? God, he kicked me out. I think he made a pact so that he takes the fall for this. Like, I'm convinced of that at this point. He says he made a deal with the devil. It's a pretty big deal. And going down for this would kill him. More or less. I haven't interviewed everyone, because not everyone's in their rooms. There we go. This guy's in his room now. I heard something. There it is.
The signs of obscurantism.
Oh, the Freemason symbol is in there.
The Sorrows of Young Werther. There's a handwritten text signed by von Werner on this first page. Dear Elizabeth, I know that this book is but a small token compared to the delightful moments you gave me, but I hope that this will nonetheless keep the memory alive. Your ever-obedient servant. So, Volner had a relationship with Elizabeth. But that's hardly surprising given his fondness for the occult.
That is true.
A table of alchemical symbols. Someone circled the zinc symbol.
Oh my god, does it spell zinc? No, because it would be Z-I-N-C. Keep an eye out for that. Zinc.
Golden elixir. A chest locked with a 4-letter code. Surely a word close to the owner's heart.
Oh, this is where zinc is. Here we go. Use your knowledge. Z. So it makes me think the other one's got to be somewhere up there. I. N. C. What's that? A book? I pressed the wrong button. There it is. Mysterious notes. Guess we'll look into that more in a little bit. Can't get over to that book area.
The alchemist is a young man.
Artist the Cactus. These books sound so, like, interesting, but I feel like they would be really dull to read.
Amber crystals. The alchemist is an old man.
Devil's Thorn. Check that in a little bit. Check it over here first. Collector coin. Okay, let's talk to him and see what we
What
figure
can
out.
I do for you, de Richet?
Monsieur, Lord Mortimer has appointed me to investigate the tragedy that befell us last night.
Oh, yes. It's horrible. Yes. How can I help, monsieur?
I need to, like, unlock things. That's what I need to do.
Where were you last night?
In my room. I read a few ancient manuscripts before going to bed. But I didn't stay up long. I was tired.
Thank you kindly. Excuse me for asking, but did you know Miss Adams?
Oh, she... not really, to tell the truth. No.
I found the Werther dedication, signed by your hand, monsieur. Would you like to change your version now?
Be careful, de Richet. Don't push your luck. My relationship with Miss Adams was pure, and has nothing to do with you. Well, continue playing the detective as you see fit. But if I find the bastard who did that to Elizabeth, I will...
Yes! I would have preferred a simple response, but I see I have my answer now.
You gotta give him his props, though. How long did the relationship last?
Exactly how long had you been seeing her?
I have no reason to answer you.
I see. Is that what you want me to tell Lord Mortimer when he asks what I found out?
It's only been a few weeks.
I get the impression that your romance was over. Am I right?
So? What does it matter to you? I would never have attacked her, if that's what you're insinuating.
Who put an end to the relationship? You or her?
It was her. It was her. But what does that matter? We both agreed.
You loved her, didn't you?
That is none of your damn business.
Your feelings betray you, sir.
So what? Yes. I loved her, like a moth loves the flame of a candle. That's why we could never be together.
Please, tell me a little more about the nature of your relationship.
That is a personal matter, monsieur.
Yes, that is true. So, tell me.
All right. It was passion. That's why we couldn't stay together. It scared her.
We finished. I'll have a look around and then take my leave.
Do whatever you have to do.
So multiple stabbings like that is a crime of passion. So it would kind of make sense. I want to see something though.
How can I help, monsieur?
Excuse me for asking, but did you know Miss Adams?
Oh, she... not really, to tell
this
the
part
truth.
though again.
No.
I found the Werther dedication, signed by your hand.
Not sure how to use that.
Would you like to
vulnerability one.
change your version now?
Be careful, de Richet. Don't push your luck. My relationship with Miss Adams was pure, and has nothing to do with you. Well, continue playing the detective as you see fit. But if I find the bastard who did that to Elizabeth, I will...
Yes! I would have preferred a simple response, but I see I have my answer now.
Nope, doesn't show me. Oh, there it is. But I don't have it unlocked, so that does not mean.
We finished. I'll have a look around and then take my leave.
Do whatever you have to do.
I don't feel like I can come up with a culprit from this. Like, there definitely was not enough evidence for a culprit. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I have to come up with one. I should probably double check that door. What is this again? This is Washington. This one I can't enter. This is my room, which coincidentally I cannot enter. Or this guy's room. That's Emily's room. Napoleon's room. Can't enter Peru's room. I don't know, I can't like conclude an investigation if I can't talk to like half the people that are at the house. So how does that work? Why would you have like a giant hole like this in your house other than to push people down at? Like, are we serious here? Is he not the bad guy somehow? I don't know, we gotta go back to the parrot. Speaking of that, we still have this box. And it's gotta be 4 letters.
Which 4-letter word could open this chest?
No, now you talk, huh? Who did it?
The Nightmare painted by Fuseli in 1781.
I'm like trying to look for like words that might actually be part of that chest.
What a tragedy, my son. How could such a thing have happened?
That's exactly what I'm trying to find out. Did you notice anything out of the ordinary last night?
I saw the young French soldier, Bonaparte, I believe, hanging around near Miss Adams' room. But I would not want to get an innocent man into trouble, Louis. It's probably nothing. But if I were you, my son, I would talk to Monsieur Peru.
Which I can't talk
You
to.
remember how violently he set
No,
upon
wait.
Miss Adams.
I did. That was the
Oh,
one that
don't
kicked
worry.
me out.
He's on the list of suspects.
And he's literally making himself guilty. He wants me to say it's him. This guy definitely wants him to take the blame for it. Look at this. Looks like I'm like
I've
eyeing
come
him.
to speak about the findings of the investigation, my lord.
I'm listening, Louis.
I have clues but prefer not to accuse anyone.
I'm sorry, my lord, but I don't have any evidence conclusive enough to allow me to name the culprit with certitude.
Really? I see. Well, that's your decision, Louis, and I accept it. Given the distinguished guests and the sensitive political issues involved at the conference, I trust you'll leave me to conclude the case in my own way. Right. It's time we spoke about your mother, Louis.
She does it often. She isn't missing. She's in hiding. I don't want to say that. I mean, he would know that whether he's the good guy or the bad guy. But he's gonna pry me for information if I say that.
She isn't missing, you know.
What? What do you mean?
My mother has left traces in every nook and cranny of your island, my lord. She's definitely here. Now, What worries me most is why she doesn't show herself.
That doesn't make me feel any better, Louis.
What was the official reason why my mother came to your island?
I knew about your mother's activities and yours in the Golden Order. I thought we had everything to gain by working together.
You mean the canon deal with Monsieur Bonaparte?
Among others, yes. How did you hear about that?
Monsieur Bonaparte came to speak to me about it yesterday, during lunch.
I see. So impetuous. He was supposed to let me speak to you about it first. Our friend Napoleon desperately needed financial backing to properly equip his army. I took it upon myself to back him because I have a firm conviction that he can go far.
We shall see. However, there's one thing that surprises me.
I'll bet on that horse. His mother sells arms, or why help the lieutenant?
Isn't Bonaparte a bit young to deserve so much attention?
Well, you come straight to the point. I like that. Indeed, if you knew just how much you remind me of him. Trust me, I'll wager that Monsieur Napoleon will soon prove himself. I'm working on it, at least. Once this deal was closed, I had big plans for Sarah.
Such as what?
You see, I've invited several influential figures on my island to present them with a project at the conference. It will be presented later today. I thought that the Golden Order had a role to play. And I still think so. I was hoping Sarah would be able to join us.
I see.
Indeed, if by chance your mother decided not to return to us before the conference, would you do me the great honor of attending? If only to follow the deliberations while waiting for her to duly take her seat.
Why not? We shall see.
Ah, thank you so much. In this way, you'll be able to keep your mother informed of what is said. There's something else I'd like to briefly go over. Earlier, you asked me the official reason for your mother's presence here. Is there an off-the-record reason why your mother came here?
She was looking for a buyer? I'm gonna play dumb.
If only my mother had trusted me, but she remained very mysterious. I'd have been delighted to answer your question.
Is this usual for her?
As head of the Order, secrets are her bread and butter, as you can imagine. That said, it's the first time she hasn't let me in on the reason for her trip. And it intrigues me, to tell you the truth.
Well, I'm sure that Sarah will explain everything once she reappears. There's something I still don't get. In your opinion, why would your mother remain in hiding over several weeks?
She's afraid. Maybe she's worried someone she might have discovered something. Maybe she's lost her mind.
Her not coming back to the manor after so long makes me wonder if she is wary of someone.
Well, certainly. But whom? The only ones who were present during her stay were Sir Gregory, Duchess Hillsborough, Mr. von Wollner, and myself.
I don't want to give him information.
How did my mother and Duchess Hillsborough get on?
Oh, very well, I believe. They spent a lot of time together. Without wanting to exaggerate, I rather got the impression that Emily reminded your mother of herself when she was young. The only thing I can tell you is that Sarah had indeed changed. At the beginning of her stay here, we enjoyed spending time together, solving the world's problems.
You seem to know my mother very well, my lord. What did you talk about together?
Oh, as soon as we had a little free time, we liked to share points of view about practically any subject. We would find ourselves embarked on interminable discussions that could go from Monsieur Blanchard's flight in a hot air balloon to the Treaty of Jassy, or the adoption of the metric system in France last year. or even Mr. Eli Whitney's invention in the United States.
Fascinating.
My mother must have undoubtedly taken great pleasure in these exchanges. She always was one to appreciate broadening her knowledge. I'm surprised she didn't get you started on the Crusades. It was her favorite subject.
Are you joking? Sarah and I spent entire days together reliving them. It so happens that the Crusades are also my subject of predilection, especially the Third. My ancestor distinguished himself brilliantly during the siege of Saint-Jean d'Acre.
I know nothing of the Crusades. Oh boy.
Unfortunately, my lord, the Crusades are not my chosen field.
Well, it doesn't matter. You have plenty of time to learn. Your mother is a very well-read woman. You're quite lucky to have her as a model, Louis.
Yes, I know, but I'm still very worried.
I must admit, there are worse things to worry about now, Louis.
What do you mean?
Since she disappeared, your mother has been seen once. Her behavior on the evening of your arrival greatly surprised Gregory and myself. She resurfaced to attack Emma, Emily Hillsborough's twin sister. And she shot her with a pistol. Then, before Gregory could intervene, she ran off and disappeared again.
I beg your pardon? Hang on.
That means my vision on the wharf, it was actually happening inside the manor. Mother shot Emily's sister? The very person she came looking for? Why would she do that?
Excuse me, but between that and the childhood of Lady Adams, it's all a bit much for me to cope with. I need to piece it all together again to see things more clearly. You said that you spent a lot of time talking together at the beginning. What happened for that to change?
I'm afraid I haven't much to tell you. The more the days went by, the more she withdrew into herself. She never gave me an explanation. Until the day came when she purely and simply disappeared.
Where did she go when she wanted to be alone?
She would shut herself away in a room we use as a box room upstairs.
Would you allow me to go there?
Naturally, Louis, of course. I'll send you a servant to open it.
Thank you.
That's all I can tell you about the disappearance of your mother, Louis. I would like to have been more helpful.
I shall stay on her trail and follow up any leads.
Thank you.
He wants me to
we
find
will meet later on to welcome our last guest. In the meantime, I shall get someone to open the box room upstairs for you.
Thank you.
The room is just opposite Mortimer's study.
God, where's that again? This is the box room, I'm assuming. The tower room. Check that in a second. What's this?
Carmelite water will give me a little reprieve.
St. Paul on the Road to Damascus by Caravaggio. Caravaggio attained a magnificent command of black and the play of colors too. Paul facing an ordeal, the curtains of his illusions being raised, and receives the light from his Savior. A fierce opponent of the first Christians, St. Paul is suddenly struck by the call of Jesus Christ and converts. It's the best known conversion in Christian history, which teaches us that even enemies of Christ can be saved, and even become his greatest apostles after finding faith. From what I can recall, the account of his conversion could be found in the epistles to the Galatians, the Philippians, the Corinthians, and the Acts of the Apostles.
I'm like sick with all the things that I drank and ate.
What is this disc? Dante's Paradise. Raise your head and be reassured, for what comes up here from the mortal world must ripen in our rays.
Okay.
There are burnt papers in the chimney. There's a legible fragment left. Hey, I recognize my mother's handwriting. She says, we must find a safer way to communicate. Someone is on to us. Trust in my faith in the man with the sword. So Mother had an accomplice here. Who could it be? Who could she be suspicious of? I must find the next part. Faith, sword. I recognize her love of riddles there.
Press to consult your notes. Interesting. The man with the sword. Would that be Washington?
The door appears to be locked on the other side. I think I heard something fall to the ground. A metallic sound, like a key falling to the floor.
I mean, it costs 0, I might as well.
I'm gonna need something to help me get the key that fell on the floor. The door was closed from the inside. Would Mother have provided something within reach to recover it?
Okay, I was gonna use the disc anyway, but okay.
I'll see if it works. It's open.
Just kind of like stares at it and walks in. Okay.
St. Paul painted by Guido Reni. St. Paul is shown holding a sword. Strange. There's hardly any dust, as if the painting's been cleaned recently. There's a small inscription engraved on the frame. Let's take a closer look. This is how Paul spoke to his pilgrims from Rome. Just above that, someone's written down the figure 11 on the painting and underlined it twice. I don't know, what does that mean?
Oh boy, this is gonna get crazy.
So we have the figure 11 twice underlined, and a story of a group of pilgrims who it looks like Paul is speaking to. Maybe it's a code. There must be a connection. A text on Paul must be somewhere, and it must be associated with the figure 11. But what's the story with these pilgrims? I mean, a connection with the figure, maybe? So we have the figure 11 twice underlined, and a story of a group of pilgrims who it looks like Paul is speaking to.
Oh, that didn't help me.
Maybe it's a code. There must be a connection. A text on Paul must be somewhere, and it must be associated with the figure 11. But what's the story with these pilgrims? I mean, a connection with the figure, maybe? Fragment of amber.
Nice.
Painting of St. Mark from the collection of the Apostles by Guido Reni. Several portraits of apostles, all signed by Guido Reni. Looks like someone touched this commode recently. There are fingerprints on the sheets and in the dust.
It's St. John, painted by Guido Reni.
The New Testament.
11 twice, right?
This book is incredibly precious. I believe this is the book my mother referred to when calling upon the Lord.
Sheesh, I don't know nearly enough. Who would be the Pilgrims?
I guess I'll just come back later. A drawing of the Apostle Matthew, painted by Guido Reni. He's represented as writing the word of the Lord, transmitted by the Holy Spirit, who appears here in the guise of an angel. A chest with the occult symbol representing air.
Oh wow, pick both locks. Ouch. Okay.
St. Paul, painted by Guido Reni.
So St. Paul.
Of the four apostles shown in this piece, Paul is the only one who isn't an evangelist. He is the 13th apostle.
Okay. So Paul. So she said trust the man with the sword, which was Paul. Okay. 11 twice underlined. Maybe it's numerals. Yeah. Chapter 11 twice could also be 22. Or chapter 11, verse 11.
I say then, have they stumbled that they should fall? God forbid, but rather through their fall, salvation is come unto the Gentiles, for to provoke them to jealousy.
Wait, a note from Mother is carefully folded between the pages here. What does it say?
Dear E, I'm glad you found this note. I was afraid the code of the two groups of pilgrims would mislead you. Pick up the package. You know where, and hide it where no one will find it. It's imperative. Awaiting your reply, hidden behind the youngest apostle. What? The youngest apostle? What does Mother mean by that?
Okay, my brain really hurts, but there we go. Okay, so that got there, and then... Who's the youngest apostle? I mean, he's the 13th apostle, but that would make no sense for me to go all the way back to him. How about this one?
St. John is the only apostle painted in this gallery who hasn't got a beard. Hey, wait! That means it's him. He's the youngest apostle. Right. This painting is therefore associated with the answer which E had to give to my mother. Now, just need to know how to recover the answer. The painting looks like it's been taken down recently. But wasn't my mother said that she would wait for an answer hidden behind the apostle? Ah, of course. There's something written behind the painting. On the second day, the pilgrims will listen to the prophecy of the young apostle. They shall add one companion to their left and 3 to their right to complete their rank. What does it mean?
One to the left, 3 to the right, 13? Oh god. Or do I have to rearrange the paintings?
They should add a companion to their left and 3 to their right to complete their ranks. I imagine it applies to their code, the one Mother set up with the pilgrims. What's this? A group of pilgrims who Paul was talking to, and now John is telling them prophecies?
What is that supposed to mean? Oh my god, my brain.
Something else behind this painting. It says, half of each group will join the first city of Corinth. What the hell does that mean?
Your guess is as good as mine, dude.
Several portraits of apostles, all signed by Guido Reni. Looks like someone touched this commode recently. There are fingerprints on the sheets and in the dust. There's nothing worth noticing here. Little characters are engraved on the chest of drawers under the urn. It's a sentence in Hebrew. It says, count in the dust. All right, let's do it.
Count in the dust.
No, nothing of value here. There are finger marks, deliberately drawn in the dust. 8 in all. That's what the message in Hebrew spoke about. Hebrew 8. It's too cumbersome for me to unhook here, but judging by the dust, it hasn't been moved for months, if not years.
Okay, so Hebrew 8. This got really complex. I feel like I saw something that said Hebrew before. There we go, Hebrew.
Thou hast put all things under his feet, for in that he put all in subjection under him. He left nothing that is not put under him.
2. I don't think that was what I was supposed to find. That was the only Hebrew, though.
I guess I'll just come back later.
Ugh, see, any ideas?
There are finger marks, deliberately drawn in the dust. 8 in all. That's what the message in Hebrew spoke about. Hebrew 8.
Your eye's still on that parrot? I know, he sees all. He knows all.
Painting of St. Mark from the collection of the Apostles by Guido Reni.
What has to do with Mark? Here's 7:1.
Then came together unto him the Pharisees, and certain of the scribes, which came from Jerusalem.
I could just brute force it, but I just... Pick up the package where you hide it. No one will find it. It's imperative when you reply behind the youngest apostle. Okay, so the youngest apostle.
It's St. John, painted by Guido Reni. On the second day, the pilgrims listened to the prophecy of the young apostle. The prophecy of the young apostle, that was John. And the prophecy mentioned is most likely the book of Revelations according to St. John.
Book of Revelations. St. John. 1:8?
If we say that we have no sin, we deceive ourselves, and the truth is not in us. But he that hateth his brother is in darkness, and walketh in darkness, and knoweth not whither he goeth, because that darkness hath blinded his eyes.
Revelation to John. Oh boy.
And I heard a voice in the midst of the 4 beasts say, A measure of wheat for a penny, and 3 measures of barley for a penny. And see thou hurt not the oil and the wine. Saying with a loud voice, Worthy is the Lamb that was slain to receive power, and riches, and wisdom, and strength, and honor, and glory, and blessing. And a voice came out of the throne, saying, Praise our God, all ye his servants, and ye that fear him, both small and great.
Okay.
And the woman was given 2 wings of a great eagle, that she might fly into the wilderness, into her place, where she is nourished for a time, and times, and a half a time, from the face of the serpent. Hey, a new note.
There we go.
Folded carefully in the corner of this page. The writing, it's not my mother's. S. I found the book in your effects. I've concealed it where no one can get their hands on it. I can assure you, awaiting your instructions, I will hear your reply like he who hears the angel. Hears the angel? What does that mean? Oh, it's probably the place where she was expecting to get the location of the next note.
Well, good thing I kind of brute forced that a little bit. Revelation 12 and 14. How was I supposed to figure that out? Oh, 1 to the left, 3 to the right, 13's in the middle. You know...
I guess I'll just come back later.
Now where am I? Blah, blah, blah. Found your books and your effects. I concealed it where no one can get their hands on. I can assure you. Awaiting for instructions. I will hear your reply like he who hears the angel. Well, that would be this one.
There's something else behind this painting. It says, half of each group will join the first city of Corinth. What the hell does that mean?
That's right, that's where I found that. Half of each group. Corinth. Wendy said Corinth. The Corinthians. Half of each.
For you are bought with a price. Therefore, glorify God in your body and in your spirit, which are God's. If we have hope in Christ in this life only, we are, of all men, most miserable. For the Jews require a sign, and the Greeks seek after wisdom.
Oops, wrong one.
Now, therefore, there is utterly a fault among you, because ye go to law with one another. Why do ye not rather suffer injustice? Why do ye not rather suffer yourselves to be defrauded? Ah, look, here's a message. It is of paramount importance that no one finds it. Watch out for the Prussian. He's on the trail. Let's meet up. I'll leave it to you to organize the rendezvous. Not today. I'm unable to do it. In the meantime, I'll follow the first group to Mark, who will reveal the answer to them. And that first group of pilgrims, how many are there now? If I refer to the chapter I'm reading at the moment, 6.
Don't know where I was supposed to get that last part from, but okay. Let me look at this. Corinthians 6, verse 7.
How shall not the ministration of the Spirit not be more glorious?
Apostles, Paul. Alright, then chapter 6, verse 7. Let's meet up. I'll leave it to you to organize the rendezvous. Not today. I'm unable to do it. In the meantime, I'll follow the first group of Mark who will reveal the answer to them. So who was the first group of Mark? Oh God, which one's Mark? Was it this one?
St. Paul painted by Guido Reni.
No. That's Paul. Is this Mark?
Painting of St. Mark from the collection of the Apostles by Guido Reni.
Does that mean the Apostles were the first one? This is some coding. Oh, Paul. It's gotta be this one. It's gotta be under Mark.
Then came together unto him the Pharisees, and certain of the scribes, which came from Jerusalem. And it came to pass in those days that Jesus came from Nazareth of Galilee, and was baptized by John in Jordan.
No. Mark.
And behold, there cometh one of the rulers of the synagogue, Jairus by name. And when he saw him, he fell at his feet. And as they did eat, Jesus took bread, and blessed it, and broke it, and gave it to them, and said, Take, eat, this is my body.
None of those were right. I'm still going back to the other Corinthians 2.
How shall not the ministration of the Spirit not be more glorious? Because we look not at the things that are seen, but at the things which are not seen. For the things which are seen are temporal, but the things which are not seen are eternal. Now I pray to God that ye do no evil, not that we should appear approved, but that ye should do that which is honest, for we are as reprobates. For we are unto God a sweet savor of Christ, in them that are saved, and in them that perish.
Okay, so I'm definitely off with my thought process. He made a mention about 3. Mark, but we read all the Mark ones, so... Maybe Hebrews?
For what thanks can we render to God again for you, for all the joy we found in you before our God?
I'm like looking for things that have 3 in it.
Whose end is destruction, whose God is their belly, and whose glory is in their shame, who think only of earthly things.
guess I'll just come back later.
So we did this.
There's something else behind
I
this
found
painting. It says half of each group will join the first city of Corinth. What the hell does that mean?
Which I think was the one we already did, right? Half of each group will join. So we did that. And we came to the conclusion it was this
It is
one.
of paramount importance that no one finds it. Watch out for the Prussian. He's on the trail. Let's meet up. I'll leave it to you to organize the rendezvous. Not today. I'm unable to do it. In the meantime, I'll follow the first group to Mark, who will reveal the answer to them. And that first group of pilgrims, how many are there now? If I refer to the chapter I'm reading at the moment, 6.
What does that mean? Refer to the chapter I'm reading now, 6. Like, first group of pilgrims.
St. Paul on the road to Damascus by Caravaggio. Caravaggio attained a magnificent command of black and the play of colors too. Paul facing an ordeal, the curtains of his illusions being raised, and receives the light from his Savior. This painting has been hanging here for a long time. A lot of dust is built up on it. Well, a finger has drawn a number in the thin layer of dust. I can read the number 4. St. Paul is the only saint to be presented twice in these paintings, contrary to the other apostles. How come?
Four. Did that have to do with the dust one before? Oh my god, I'm so confused. Oh boy. It is, right? Like, it's... This is 4.
And suddenly there came a sound from heaven like a rushing mighty wind, and it filled all the house where they were sitting.
Nope. Oh.
Hereby know that we dwell in him, and he in us, because he hath given us of his Spirit.
Oh my god. Ah! Okay. It's paramount importance that no one finds it. Watch out for the depression. He's on to the trail. Let's meet up. I'll leave it to you to organize Revenus rendezvous. Not today. I am unable to do it. In the meantime, I will follow the first group to Mark, who will reveal the answer to them. And has something to do with 6. Does it have to, is there like a Mark 6? St. Mark, but we read all these. Oh my god.
I guess I'll just come back later.
Okay. So I'm trying to think how numbers can be arranged. Who will reveal the answer to them? Mark will reveal the answer to them. What did he reveal? It's of paramount importance that no one finds it. Watch out for the Prussian. He's onto the trail. Let's meet up. I'll leave it to you to organize the rendezvous. Not today. I'm unable to do it. In the meantime, I will follow the first group to Mark. We read all of the ones in Mark. It's gotta be the Hebrews. This one has 6. This one?
But that which beareth thorns and briars is rejected, and is nigh unto cursing, whose end is to be burned. Here's a message.
Oh, thank God.
There are some complications. Indeed, the Prussian is insistent. What's happening at your end? Do you need help? If tonight is not possible, let's see tomorrow evening, in the South Room, where we reviewed the situation. When Paul understood that only the axe counted, he went back on his tracks. I await your confirmation to his left, in the company of the pilgrims that have joined him. Yeah, this last comment is about their code. I should find new pilgrims near Paul.
Which one was Paul again? Is this Paul? This was Paul.
St. Paul painted by Guido Reni. So we have the figure 11 twice
I already
underlined.
did that. That's how we started on
And
this
a
trail.
story of a group of pilgrims who it looks like Paul is speaking to. Maybe it's a code. There must be a connection. A text on Paul must be somewhere, and it must be associated with the figure 11. But what's the story with these pilgrims? I mean, a connection with the figure, maybe? Strange. St. Paul is shown twice, unlike the other disciples. St. Paul is shown holding a sword. Strange. There's hardly any dust, as if the painting's been cleaned recently. There's a small inscription engraved on the frame. Let's take a closer look. This is how Paul spoke to his pilgrims from Rome. Just above that, someone's written down the figure 11 on the painting and underlined it twice.
Repeating.
No, what does that mean?
He did point out that the other one is also Paul, so maybe it has to do with this painting.
St. Paul on the Road to Damascus by Caravaggio. Caravaggio attained a magnificent command of black and the play of colors too. Paul facing an ordeal, the curtains of his illusions being raised, and receives the light from his Savior. This painting has been hanging here for a long time. A lot of dust is built up on it. Well, a finger has drawn a number in the thin layer of dust.
That's right.
I can read the number 4.
Something with the number 4 in it. Oh boy. This has 4. It's 2 and 2. 10 minus 8, though, is also 2. Oh. How complex is this code? Let's pick this
And
one.
he became very hungry and would have eaten, but while they were made ready, he fell into a trance. Hey, there's a note here.
Oh, thank God.
A message from Mother and
I was
reply
about to say we
Eve.
read that 2 and 2
You
before,
must
didn't we?
leave urgently, but first I absolutely must go beyond the nightmare. Watch out for Volner. He figured out I was avoiding him. Allay suspicion. See you tomorrow evening. Stand ready. For now, let's cease all communication until we meet. Take care of yourself. I suppose this must be the last message. What happened afterward? If it's what I suspect, I fear the worst. What did Mother mean by, I absolutely must go beyond the nightmare? I must go beyond the nightmare. What does she mean by that? I'm guessing it's a metaphor. I need to figure out what this means. Mortimer's getting his guests together. I ought to join them so I don't look suspicious.
Oh no! I did not understand my mother's message. Oh, frig. I refused to indicate a culprit, which was, I guess, a success. I found all the correspondence between my mother and E. I discovered my mother's message. But I left the room, so I did not understand mother's message. Ah! Told me to leave. I have 4 points available. Okay, science is 1 away, so let's get that up. Let's get this up. Let's put something in here. I can't. 2 points unlocked. Oh boy. I guess I'll put it there then. What definitely was needed? Okay, this definitely needs to happen. There's a point where I didn't understand that. Manipulation definitely came in handy.
It's time I went back and joined everyone in the small salon.
And I can't go back in there, so fun.
You are expected in the small salon, sir.
The small salon. 2 salads.
Emily, I must speak to you.
What's the matter, Louis?
I have news about your sister.
What have you found out?
Look, I've started piecing together the events leading up to my mother's disappearance and your sister's. Did my mother know about your secret?
Yes, even though I belong to the English chapter, her rank in the Order gives her access to a good deal of personal information.
It must have been Emma I saw in my vision.
I was given to understand that my mother and your sister bonded during their stay.
Don't send her on my mother's trail. Speak about the messages. Ask her to go beyond the nightmare. I don't want to trust her because, like, if my mom shot her, there was good reason, right? Unless my mom's evil, which I can live with. But, like, See, maybe she'll give me some information because she kind of trusts me now.
I've got a question that might seem a little bit strange.
I'm listening.
If I said go beyond the nightmare, would that ring any bells?
No, means nothing to me. Do you mean literally or figuratively speaking?
It might be a place, I don't know where, but it's a lead.
You ought to ask His Eminence. He knows the house and its estate very well, being a frequent visitor here.
Thanks for the advice.
Should I speak to her about my vision? If what I saw is true, she might want to take revenge.
She could also be in huge danger. I'm gonna keep quiet. I don't trust right now.
I better keep that to myself for the time being.
Come, Louis. They're waiting for us.
You will pay dearly, Peru. I'm sure you were involved somewhere along the line.
That's right. Pretend you don't know. One piece of advice. Don't travel through France on your way back, or it'll cost you dearly.
Calm now, my friends. Let's calm down. Everyone seems to be a little unnecessarily heated. Don't forget where you are, please.
What's going on here exactly?
Sir Gregory called us together to introduce the last guest.
But hardly had we arrived when he set upon Monsieur Peru.
And what has Monsieur Peru done to once again provoke someone's anger?
We don't really know just yet.
I get the feeling it won't be long before it gets out.
How could you dare do such a thing? Dios mío, you are all out of your minds!
Really, Duke Manuel? What made you kick up such a fuss?
What? Have you not heard? Well, let me inform you that yesterday morning at 10:22 a.m. precisely, in the middle of the Place de la Révolution in Paris, by decree of the National Convention which Monsieur Peru works for, King Louis was guillotined. What?
Oh, no.
The King of
Off
France
with his
is
head!
dead, gentlemen. Our monarchies are in danger. I have said it before.
How dare they?
Oh, dear.
Oh, as if
Friends, let us calm down.
Don't pretend to be surprised. He got a fair trial.
Ridiculous! Bastard! He was sentenced to death by 361 votes to 360. You beheaded a king for 1 vote! Is that your democracy?
What an obnoxious act. Until this, anything was possible. This political coup will have grave consequences.
France is lost.
Gentlemen, please. Let us take a step back a moment.
In the name of holiness, he was the highest representative of God in France, Emily.
Gentlemen, Duchess, we're all among people of reputable company here. We should be able to manage the conflicts of our nations in a respectful and orderly manner.
I fully agree with you, sir.
But
That's enough, sir.
with whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
Louis Maras de Richet.
Are you related to Sarah de Richet?
Sarah is his mother, Duke. Gentlemen, this news affects us all, but I must ask you to remain calm. It's not the first time history has taken us by surprise. Let's ensure that our respective countries are allowed to respond appropriately to this news.
Oh, rest assured. The response will not fall short, my friend.
Good for you. Well, Your Grace, here I was preparing to introduce you as is proper, and you've beaten me to it. I'm delighted that we are all together at last. Our meeting will therefore be able to kick off shortly. I have just a few more little preparations to take care of before you all find out the reason for your presence here. In the meantime, I shall leave you to get to know one another. When you hear the bell, please proceed to the conclave room on my left, behind that door. I'll see you later.
Well then. I love how he backs away while still looking at them like, I don't trust you guys not to stab me in the back.
Could you spare a moment, please, sir?
I'm glad you asked. I want to talk to you too.
Of course.
Only
I heard
chance.
about your mother's disappearance.
He looks concerned. I don't know why, but I doubt it's from sympathy alone. Well, let's see what he wants from me.
Any news of her? Have you found her, maybe?
Hear you speak, it sounds like you and my mother were close.
Let's say I hold your mother in high esteem, yes. We were even planning to work together.
That's what he was getting at.
Did she tell you about our arrangement?
The cat's out of the bag now. More or less, but please do refresh my memory.
Yes, of course. Nothing of great importance in itself. During one of our discussions, she spoke of an old book which might have been of interest to me, and she had agreed to let me have it.
Woo! Hey guys, welcome in. It's a mystery time, but how are you guys doing? How was Sonic Sunday? What'd you guys play? And forgive my camera, it is acting weird, hence why I'm working on to replace it. But still there, adding some mystery to it. But yes, Raid. How was Sonic Sunday though? Sonic dating Sims and Tails Sky Patrol. Nice. How'd it go with Sonic dating? Because I'm so curious about that now. Also trying to give you guys a shout out, but it hasn't recognized that you guys are in the chat room yet. Why, I don't know. That's strange. Oh, tech issues, always fun. It was very fun, also highly illegal. It was an adult game in the early 2000s. Oh, that makes sense. I once found a Wii game that was very sexualized. That was definitely not what I thought it was when I picked it up. See, can we give a shout out to Collection? Because it's not letting me through my stream deck right now. But welcome in, guys. We are playing The Council. And it has been interesting. This is chapter 2. And there's a lot of detective work, manipulation, There's been a murder now. It's all kinds of good. And we are in a very intense scene trying to find out this guy's information, and if we mess it up, it's the only chance we have. So it is definitely really crazy. Seeger, are you able to do that shout out for me? It's really, really good, Tim. It is really good, but we had a Bible section that really got my brain twisted. Not gonna lie, really hard puzzle there. There we go. Now I can do it. There we go. There we go. Now there's a shout out. Sorry, it took a little bit for it to show up. But welcome in, everyone. I hope you guys had fun, and if you are definitely the type that loves puzzles, definitely feel free to help out, because my brain is getting all kinds of twisted here. I don't know who to trust. Our mom has disappeared, but she's also part of a cult, or at least a secret society. And it's taking place during the time of Napoleon and George Washington, so they're all here. And we just found out that King Louis has been beheaded. So we are definitely early, 1700s here. I'm glad you like the camera looking dramatic. It is stuck like that. I don't know why. But it looks great for the stream. But yes, feel free to enjoy, guys, and help me out if you notice anything.
A book about what?
Ancient occultism. As you are aware, I am a doctor of theology.
I did not know that.
You might have come across some
But now I do.
old books in her belongings, perhaps?
Oh boy.
The least one can say is that he doesn't beat around the bush. Sarah never travels without a few books. What does the one you're looking for look like exactly?
It resembles a grimoire. It's divided into 7 parts, each one individually locked. It was made in such a way that if someone tried to tamper with it, the sheets would be permanently tarnished. It's a unique copy. There's only one.
The mere mention of it makes his face light up. Well, I'll take a closer look, but I can't promise you anything. You seem very upset. Is it so important to you, this book?
Well, it's the search of a lifetime. What can I say?
What's in this
Every
book?
time I move closer to it, it seems to slip away at the last minute. I was very surprised to learn that your mother had it in her possession. I thought it was with a certain von Borchet in Paris. Do you know him?
Indeed.
We'll go with that.
One of your close friends?
No, not really, but we were close once. Precisely over the case that concerns us now, because he claimed to have the book I'm looking for.
Another dishonest person. What can you say? Can't trust anyone these days, huh?
No, you can't.
I hope I've been able to satisfy your curiosity, Mr. Von Volner, and that you succeed in finding what you're looking for.
Oh, and so do I.
And now, what if you told me who you really are working for, instead of keeping up this pretense?
I beg your pardon?
We both know what you're looking
Success.
for, Von Volner. You're the one who Von Burchert was planning to sell it to.
For centuries, all those who have come into contact with the Al-Azif have bitterly regretted it, Monsieur de Richet. You are playing a dangerous game. Please know that I am working for someone who does not appreciate anyone poking around in his business.
Let me guess.
Oh, at least we have time to think about the King of Persia, Mortimer, or Holm. Oh boy. Probably Holm or Mortimer are my guesses. Thank you, Tim, for chipping in towards the IRL stream. I'm super excited for that one. How's it going with Clue, by the way? Oh my god. It's going, but it's driving me nuts. Definitely almost there. We're under 400 rolls left. But we got a little bit to go.
Lord Mortimer.
Oh, you are way off the mark. There's nothing more for us to say.
Oh,
Goodbye.
damn it. I don't know if any of those choices were right, but... No, here we go. Oh, let's see how Napoleon's doing.
Monsieur Bonaparte, may I speak with you a moment?
May we?
What do you think of Duke Godoy?
Well, I'd rather not express any opinion of him.
Why is that?
His reputation is enough for me.
Meaning?
This gentleman enjoys people talking about him for too many reasons. His undeserved titles, more than 10 in just 4 years, and each one more prestigious than the one before.
You don't think he deserves them?
If I had seen him on the battlefield, there might be some doubt. But that is not the case. The Queen would rather not risk losing him, so she consoles him with awards and titles.
So you don't have a very positive opinion?
His coveting French Catalonia does not encourage me to have one.
I understand your point of view.
So a lot of this game is listening to what they have to say, and they all have different personality traits. So it's very important to think about their strengths and weaknesses, and being careful not to reveal too much or too little.
Would you have any more information about the conference Lord Mortimer spoke of?
Nothing at all. Mortimer is very committed to secrecy when it comes to his conferences. But given the presence of Monsieur Peru and ourselves, I think it must concern France to some extent. Otherwise, I doubt he would have invited 3 Frenchmen to his table, huh?
Which makes sense. I don't want to ask him about... So the nightmare, if anyone's curious, is a clue that we got about our mom, but it's like a secret. And we kind of already mentioned it to one person, and I'm nervous to keep mentioning it. So we're not going to ask him.
I'll be leaving you now. Shall we meet up again later?
Wait, monsieur. Any news of your mother?
Unfortunately not, no.
Everyone wants to know about
I
my
hope
mother.
to speak with her about my deal before I leave. Let me know if you find her. À plus tard, monsieur.
That might not be a good thing. Anything else in this room? That's interesting. So it has high level of detective work, then not just finding clues, but you have to talk to the right way to the right people. You do. A lot. And it's only happened once so far, but we got like a vision of something that was happening once. And we've had visions of our mom, like, with her hand chopped off and whatnot, so we're
There's a
very
pattern
curious
with
about what's
5
going
circles on this chest.
No, I have a key.
I have no space left. I'll retrieve it later.
That's okay. At least I know where it is now. I think... And you can, like, read books
Chronicles
every
of the
chapter
Amber
to kind of
As I recall, Dorkin was my favorite character.
become, like, more tactical in different areas, so, like, knowledgeable about chemicals or whatnot. That plays a really crucial role, because there's options you can't even pick if you don't, like, have the skills to know it. For instance, I was having a conversation with somebody about the Crusades, and my character knew absolutely nothing about the Crusades, so I couldn't even gain any information. So it definitely messes with you. Okay, that's not the right door. Where's the right door? Is it this door? Find out more clues about your mother's note. And like balancing, so my things in the bottom left are also like points. And I have to balance those. And I can get like impaired if I drink too many like elixirs that help me out. It's very interesting. Ooh, Washington.
Mr. President, what do you think about your counterpart, Duke Manuel?
I'm very surprised he was able to accept Lord Mortimer's invitation, given the political situation in Spain.
I wonder what promise Lord Mortimer could have made to make him agree to come here, given
I definitely
the
enjoy the lurk and enjoy a great dinner. If you return, you're gonna have to tell me what it is, though. It's my number one rule.
Mr. President, can you tell me a little more about the coming conference?
Of course, Louis. That's why we're here. Lord Mortimer or Sir Gregory regularly organize meetings like this to put forward major projects.
What do you mean by major projects?
I'd prefer to let Lord Mortimer explain that to you, Louis. Let's say he brings together influential people in order to consider possible actions to undertake
hasta la
to
pasta.
guarantee the future of nations.
Do you know the theme of the conference?
Not in the slightest. None of the guests know the theme before arriving. But you'll see, everything will turn out fine. Don't worry.
I don't want to ask them about the nightmare, but I might need to.
Thank you for your time.
Don't mention it, my young friend.
I'd be like giving away like my upper hand. No, I can go upstairs. What can I even do upstairs? Okay, I saw somebody on the cushion. Right now I can't enter any of the rooms so far. Nope. Nope. Can I search what's his name's room now? Now we've met him. Not very hopeful. Interesting, I can go up here, and there's, in theory, no one up here. Oh.
The Book of the Mortimer Family.
That's all I get? Ouch. Where's the sword? Still need to figure out the password for that. That parrot's gonna rat me out, I just know it.
No, what have we got here? Well, it looks like a model of a lock. It's as if Mortimer is fond of complicating things sometimes. Well, I hope I never have to try and unlock it.
It looks like a miniature guillotine lock. Dear Mr. Godopoliti, gonna guess. I'm writing with regard to dates of the painting that I sent you for your temporary exhibition. Please note that they are part of my private collection and are dated according to the Freemasons calendar, AL. in use at this time. As you may as well have guessed, you must remember to subtract 4,000 years if you don't want the public to be surprised at the dating of the works. No need to remind you that the Freemason year AL begins in March, not January. About the Longinus painting, I took the liberty to have the spear touched up so it better corresponds with the actual spear. I cannot urge you strongly enough to do the same for yours sincerely, Lord William Alexander Mortimer, Marquis of Westfordshire. Counts for the year 1792. 8,156 pounds for food. 6,200 pounds for candles. That's a lot of candles. Minus 2,621 pounds for dressed stone. 8,600 pounds for Corinthian marble. 9,227 pounds for wood. 2,680 pounds for stained glass. 280,000 pounds for master paintings. 3,641 pounds for fabric. 25,460 pounds for wine. 254 pounds for water. 13,598 pounds for powder. Total 360,437 pounds. P.S. Remember to reduce wood consumption next year. Okay.
Let's take a closer look.
I feel like I should look at them this time because last time I ate them, that didn't end well.
Judging by the shape, I'd say they're Criollo cocoa beans. The chocolate of the Mayas, the rarest of the beans. Some even say they're an aphrodisiac. When a product is in fashion, people attribute all sorts of virtues to it, not to be given to animals.
Sieg, I think this is telling me I should kill the parrot.
Dark chocolate beans. Very bitter. They're greatly prized in high society.
I mean, I took it. Oh, God.
A myna bird. Well, Waldo, is your master good?
I don't think he's real. Like, the way they voiced him is just really bad.
Sarah de Riche? Waldo, you know Sarah?
It said not to give to him, but here we go.
Oh, what have I done? It looks like I've killed him. Oh, shit. I better not hang around.
Well, well, I killed the bird. I'm not sure if that's what I was supposed to do with the bird. And, like, I used my knowledge, so I knew that. But, I don't know, some part of me was like, oh, give it to the bird. Should have listened to my knowledge. He's gonna be so upset his bird's dead. Like, oh, God. Not gonna end well. Nope. What's this? Devil's Thorn. What's
There's
this?
the alchemical symbol of the earth on the lid.
Still need another key for that one. am I? Oh, I kind of know where I am. I can't go outside.
The Last Supper by Leonardo da Vinci. The last day before his crucifixion, Jesus announces that he will be betrayed by one of his disciples.
And then it happens. Okay, we did this. No, we're gonna leave. Oh wait, did I already unlock it? Choice already made.
Devil's Thorn.
Oh,
I'll
Devil's
keep it.
Thorn in there. I love how the bird died instantly too. It wasn't even like it suffered, it just died. What a waste. Used my knowledge, my point, everything, and I got bupkis.
Atrus, the Miller brothers. Mother expressly forbade me from reading it.
Why is that? Nope, I already have that one.
The lock is surrounded by a triple circle.
Do I have the key for that one? I do not. Move away. Can I see anything? I'm convinced I'm gonna be standing here one day and they're just gonna push me off. Dinner seems to be ready. How am I supposed to collect information?
Ah, Louis. Just the man. Good Lord. How did the king come to be executed? I would think that the order would have intervened.
Your Eminence, I'm sorry for King Louis, but he did everything to put himself there.
Louis, how can you say such a thing?
Oh.
Even if France rejects the church, you don't go and behead a person of high status. They always serve our cause better alive than dead. Politically, it's absurd.
I invite you to speak about it with my mother as soon as she reappears.
This can't be good.
Is there any news of her?
Well, I hope it won't be long before I find her, Your Eminence.
Now you wanted to speak to me.
I'm sure a man like you is in the circle of trust. Would you know what the conference that Lord Mortimer mentioned is going to be about?
Not really, my son. Well, be it Lord Mortimer or Sir Gregory, we are never informed about the theme of the conference before it begins.
Makes sense.
I was wondering what to think of that Manuel Godoy.
He is reputed to be a very ambitious character, at every level. But his faith is unwavering. He is a staunch defender of the church. You can believe me.
Don't take note or tell me about these rumors.
As to his faith, I have no doubt. However, his ambition seems to surpass his morality, and I hope that it will not sully the crown.
You can say that again. The blue eyes of the latest Infanta, Maria Isabel, have left everyone wondering.
Rumors always accompany men of power, Your Eminence.
Naturally. But the number of awards and titles granted by the Queen during these past 4 years leaves little doubt.
So, Godoy really is this out-and-out rascal who uses his charm on the Queen. I'm sure a man like you is in the circle of trust.
That was a waste.
Would you know what the conference that Lord Mortimer mentioned is going to be about?
Not really, my son. Well, be it Lord Mortimer or Sir Gregory, we are never informed about the theme of the conference before it begins.
I think I have to start asking them.
If I say the nightmare to you, does it make you think of anything?
Your question is strange, my son. Difficult to say. Could you at least tell me a little more about the context?
Well, I mean, if it were a place or an object found on this island, what would you think of first?
Okay.
The nightmare. No, I don't see anything. I'm sorry.
Well, that's too bad.
Ah, wait. I suppose it might be that horrible painting hanging in Lord Mortimer's study.
Pretend not to be that interested. Right. Well, don't worry about it. I was just curious.
I was just
Thank
curious.
you for everything, Your Eminence. I shan't take up any more of your time.
You are welcome, my son.
That means we gotta go back where
We'll
we
be
killed
seeing
the bird. Back we go. This can't be good though. The painting. I'm trying to think like which painting would be considered the nightmare. What the? Did I just hit like some weird glitch? Like what's going on? I'm sure it looks good. There we go. Couldn't move there for a second. Oh, nice book. Locksmith's art! Yes. What else is in here?
Golden elixir. I'll keep it for later.
He has so many paintings. Okay, got another coin. I think it's this way. This place turns me around so much. I think I went the wrong way. Just a big square. I'll get there eventually. Just take more of the scenic route. Yep, definitely went the complete wrong way. So, yeah. Getting my steps in. Oh, Emily.
What do you want, Louis?
What do you think of our last guest?
Well, I never thought I would get the chance to meet that Hispanic Casanova in the flesh. His reputation is well known. The gentleman collects lovers, including, would you believe it, the Queen of Spain.
Mention the rumor. I'm not interested.
I doubt that Lord Mortimer invited him for his charm, if you want my opinion.
Emily, what can you tell me about the coming conference?
She's gonna tell me nothing.
Sir Gregory and Lord Mortimer organize this kind of high society meeting every so often in order to consider the world situation.
But to what purpose?
Well, by bringing together the most influential people from the dominant nations of the modern world, they allow the mighty to discuss matters with calm clarity. There are precedents of armistices being signed at the end of these talks, you know. Talking while holding a glass of brandy makes things easier. You'll see. You're leaving me?
Unfortunately, I have things to do. Thank you again, madam.
I'm more suspicious of her now because I feel like she was like, I don't know. In the last chapter, I think she was trying to like get me in bed with her.
So, what did my mother mean by going beyond the nightmare?
That's probably what I was supposed to feed to the bird. Not gonna help me now, but I'll take them anyway.
Might come in handy. Hang on. What's this painting? The Nightmare painted by Fuseli in 1781. Ah, this must be what my mother was talking about. Now just need to find out what she meant by go beyond.
I bet the bird was gonna give me info.
Looks like it's mounted on rails on each side. It should lift up, I think. There must be a mechanism somewhere.
I'm assuming this weird lock thing.
No, what have we got here? Oh, it looks like a model of a lock. It's as if Mortimer is fond of complicating things sometimes. Well, I hope I never have to try and unlock it.
Maybe not.
I don't think this book can help me.
Doesn't even tell me what it's about.
No. Let's look elsewhere.
How do I unlock this mechanism?
Okay, no mechanism behind this painting. Well, I'll have to keep looking.
I'm gonna come out and he's gonna see his bird dead. Like, this is not gonna end well.
No mechanism here. No mechanism here.
Oh, didn't they make mention of that statue and adjusting the spear? None of that works, though. I looked at those paintings. I looked at those paintings. Does that have to do with this book?
Nope. No mechanism here. Dante's Purgatory. Why does your mind presume to flight when you're still like the imperfect grub, the worm before it's attained its final form? Charming.
How am I supposed to find that definitely needed the bird? Or as simple as that. Okay, you know he's evil. 4 digits.
Aha, I found it. Oh, what on earth is this? A ring lock now? Great. That's all I
A
need.
giant ring lock, might we add.
Looks like there's a marker on number 1 on the second roller.
So number 2 is 1.
It's a complex mechanism. Looks like the third ring is a bit seized up. It gets stuck on number 9.
Something 19 something. Like looking for 4 digits. Cannot urge you strongly enough to, about the Longimus painting, I took the liberty to have the spear touched up so it better corresponds to the actual spear. Which painting is that? This one.
Coup de Lance by Paul Rubens. It's Christ on the cross as Longinus pierces his side with his spear. Rubens, he was a great painter.
Is that gonna tell me the year?
Coup de Lance by Paul Rubens. Hey, there are 2 dates on this painting. 1154 AD and 5154 AL.
Okay, I'm writing both those down. 1154 and 5154. Right, because of the subtracting of the 200. I mean the 400. Maybe it's not a 9. The opposite of 9 on here would be 5, right? Keep that in mind.
A painting depicting the Third Crusade. It's titled Winter Before the Fall of Saint Jean d'Acre. From what I know, the fall of Saint Jean d'Acre took place in the summer of 1191. Now, according to this title, it's wintertime on the painting, so it can't have been late in the year of 1191. It must be in the first months of that year, probably in January or February of that year.
Probably January, February, but it said it starts in March. Oh my god, this is getting crazy again.
William Alexander Mortimer I, the 12th month of Anno Lucis, 5,190. That's a funny date.
5190.
Coup de lance by Paul Rubens. It's Christ on the cross as Longinus pierces his side with his spear. Rubens, he was a great painter.
So let's see, the years I have are 1154, 5154, 5190, and 1191. So is it 5190? Wait, there's also another painting here.
This painting isn't finished, and it looks like Mortimer probably did it. Not bad, but you can't exactly say it's been done in the style of the period. Damn it. Doesn't work. 5,190. I was pretty sure it was right. Maybe I didn't use the right dating system.
Well, that would be 10 is to 1.
Doesn't work, damn it. I really thought I was close. 1,190. Isn't the right date when you subtract 4,000? I must have missed a subtlety.
I like that he's thinking like I'm thinking at this point. I'm like, isn't it subtract 400? And also, it's March. But the months... Oh, because it's off by a few months. Maybe it's off by 1 year? I guess. Right, because it's a different part of the year. Yeah, that's what it was.
Open sesame.
Because it was January, so it hadn't been that year yet. God, my brain hurts. Okay, this is an awesome room. I'm so gonna be found out.
Let's see what you've been hiding, Lord Mortimer.
I don't know if this is the best way to do that, but okay. My dearest Lord Mortimer, I regret to inform you that it will soon be impossible to ignore pressure from the Russians. Were they considered Russians then? Wasn't it called like the USSR or something? The Khazarnia Catherine has every intention of supporting the court of province and will recognize him as the regret of the Kingdom of France. Ounce King Louis has disappeared from the political stage. I'm sorry to announce bad news, but expect dark times ahead. Your friend, Afride Bier. So he knew he was going to kill King Louis?
A fine-looking map of the Orient, indeed.
Okay, map of Asia. Sir, your plans to interfere in Belgium, or intervene in Belgium, are to go ahead as set down. I am to occupy the Prussian army. Your delivery of cannons to Valmy has ensured our victory. As agreed, I have notified the King of Prussia of the invasion plans of Castine and the Army of the North. I will keep the Australians out of Belgium I am to quickly return to Paris as I sense the fate of our King Louis is about to be decided dishonorably and is impossible for me not to intervene. Should you have any missives to give me, I invite you to go by, as per usual, our friend, Monsieur Peru. Sincerely yours, Charles Francois de Moriez, General of the Army of the North.
It's locked.
That's a very weird gate to have in a house. My dearest Lord Mortimer, as a friend of China, I rest assured that you will be rewarded for your information. You need not worry about the scheming against us from Great Britain. The representative, Mr. McCartney, will leave no hope of any arrangements involving us. Your friend, Quan Long, Emperor of the Qing Dynasty. William, whatever your projects, it will soon be seem that our father is against leaving you with a grip on Europe. Russia will soon commit itself to the coalition against your dear France. Don't think you can resist for long. I beseech you, William, do not to persist. You are tearing our family apart. Your loving brother, G. P.S. I shall come to your conference, but do you think that holding it at the present moment is conductive? That's his brother? Oh, this could get really messy.
It shows the forces present in Europe. It's clear that France is surrounded by her enemies. However, a large number has been underlined in bold. 26 million. I know what it is. It's an estimation of my country's population. All our neighbors have far fewer inhabitants.
Interesting thing to note. My dear friend, thank you for your words. And I do understand your situation. I regret having to confront your militarily, but if the situation obliges me to declare war, then do what you think fit. Under your advisement and with a weary heart, I am off to meet up with the coalition that opposes you. In the hopes of serving you again, George, King of Hanover, King of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. My dearest friend, why didn't they voice any of these, but they voiced all the other ones? My dear friend, as desired, I have been able to gather together my friends to sign the agreement you propose. This agreement shall be known as the Bunwood Agreement. If you recall the place where we gathered when you met us for the first time, you will understand why the name was given. Please find enclosed my list of colleagues. Leonard Bleecker, Hugh Smith, Armstrong, Barnwell, Samuel March, a whole bunch of names I don't recognize. Thanks for your help. We will soon be able to meet at my place, the Tontine Coffee House. I look forward to meeting you soon, Hugh Smith. My dear friend, thank you for your services rendered and help in the fight against the Spanish and the conquest of Oran. A ship aboard the Marseillais in France has been charted. Hidden aboard are a few corpses infected with the plague that is decimating our country at this moment in time. Be very careful when handling these boxes, because if advertently open, you risk spreading the disease all over France. Mohammed El-Kibir. Are we serious? This has gone super dark. The gift has been delivered to Timur Shah Durrani, King of Afghanistan, of Punjab, of Sindh, of Mashhad, and the Kashmir. Should not retain his title much longer. His son, Zaman, will succeed as planned and we will be able to resume negotiations. K. Oh, this is not good. Not good. This is Africa, right? That's the Americas.
This shows the forces present in America.
Looking at that, I would not think that, but that's South America, so it makes sense, I guess. That was the gift that was delivered.
Weakness of the Human Psyche by Guillaume Trimor. He says, it is possible to drill an idea into someone by constant daily repetition until the mind gives in. And goes on, there are hundreds of good ways to live life, but you only need one to convince the masses that it's the only one possible. The author isn't letting any ethical principles get in his way, is he? Honey, the remedy of the gods.
My lord, I hope this letter reaches you. My hours are numbered. My printing house has been confiscated and I am imprisoned in a fortress of Schlessenberg. If by chance you could intervene in my favor, I would be eternally in your debt. The Tsar Catherine should not be long banning all Golden Order lodges from her territory. Our horizon has been considerably darker in the hope that you can help me, your friend, Nicole Novoko. Give my awful pronunciations here. God, there's so much to read. Dear Lord Mortimer, I am writing to ask you to persuade the President Washington not to sign the Fugitive Slave Act as it stands. Oh, I gotta know this one. That's some real history in here that I know. We must absolutely legislate on the national level and not allow every state to choose their policy regarding slaves. It was initially intended to resolve a conflict between the Pennsylvania and Virginia. By signing it, we will risk legislating the hunting of blacks. More and more men of little faith are becoming slave hunters, and unable to find any slaves on the run, they kidnap the first black they come across, which they pass off as the wanted runaway. The situation threatens to quickly disintegrate. Thank you in your event. Your friend John Adams. Please say hello to my daughter Elizabeth for me. Is that why John Adams becomes president? He also knew that his daughter was alive and Washington attended a fake funeral? What? Oh, God. We're all dead. We're all dead. This is gonna be like Africa, right?
It shows the forces present in Africa. This is unexpected activity in this sector. It looks like there are also many unknowns, even for Mortimer.
Good to know. Okay. There's, I think, everything in this part of the room, right? Yeah. Okay. Now let's see what's back here.
Preservation using formaldehyde. Just as disgusting as ever.
It's a brain. Oh, this can't be good.
Something strange about this table. The Little Surgeon's Perfect Collection. What kind of experiments does Mortimer carry out here? The dissection table. So Mortimer does autopsies here on his desert island. But who is he doing autopsies on then?
So his immunity is science.
Strange. I don't recognize the alphabet. I wonder where the pictograms are from. It isn't Egyptian or Hebrew. There are two inscriptions on the sides as well as on the top. No way to know what's underneath.
absolutely no idea what it's for, but I find this cube fascinating. Looks like obsidian or onyx. It must weigh a ton.
Interesting.
These are feathers. Pigeon, probably. A skeleton by the name of Gustav, if the plaque on the plinth is anything to go by. Mortimer's given a name to his anatomy skeleton. That's morbid.
Ew. Dear Lord Mortimer, as agreed, I have changed your old lock for one of my inventions, drawing inspiration from your doctor friend, Monsieur Guillotine. Here is the model of your new lock, if you'll appreciate my prototype. It is difficult to imagine how it all fits together, but it will be located in the middle of the present door. The aim being to alter nothing of the door's functionality, but to add a bit of spice. Depending on the lineup of the wheels and for aforementioned lock will open and will punish the snooper whose faith is not strong enough. I told you it was a guillotine lock. I called my invention the Judgment of Faith because if a snooper is unable to resist opening it, they will be punished. I hope you'll appreciate the irony of the situation. Gustave Mastrier, Master Architect. So don't shove my finger in the lock. Or convince someone else to do it. Dear friend, who is the most admirable of the Olympians? None other than the king of gods, of course. Unlike his father Kronos, he learned to make equal use of his strength and wisdom. Instead of fearing the power of his children and brothers, he accepted to share the world with them. Men fear his thunder and praise his justice. He reigns, but does not dominate. Hey, wait a minute. Z-E-U-S. Oh my god. I figured out the code to that thing out there. Zeus is 4 letters, and they would match up with that thing that we were given. Oh my god, there's so much to see.
That must be for writing the homing pigeon messages. An iron mask. I wonder who it's for.
It might be for me if we get caught.
Look, a pack of tarot cards. Has he been reading the cards? Mortimer? That would surprise me. It is a typical draw in a line that answers a specific question. To the left, temperance, that announces a reward for one who patiently waits before taking any action. And in the middle, the chariot, which symbolizes triumph and business success. To the right, the emperor evokes a future full of power and stability.
Good to know. Lord Mortimer, the tiger is dying. On your demand, I have attacked Travancore and personally cut the throats of as many Englishmen as possible, though without help from the French. I cannot hold them off much longer. My forces are rapidly diminishing in spite of your new rocket. Help us. Tipu Sahib, Sultan of Mysore.
Some goat skulls, chicken legs. Now we all know what that's for. I'm a little surprised at Mortimer. I didn't seem as the type to be organizing little pagan parties, invoking occult powers, and dancing naked under the full moon. I'm more used to seeing cheap charms like this sold by charlatans in Pré Saint-Gervais. 3 rusty old nails. They're about 20 centimeters long.
This is getting creepy. Dear Lord Mortimer, be assured of my entire devotion as agreed. The Vendée peasantry will soon rise up. Wait, so is this France? My network is striving to increase the pressure on the masses. The decision of the assembly, which consists of voting the civil constitutions of the clergy, is inflaming the region. The people overwhelmingly reject the priests, swear loyalty to the state. If you could ensure that the convention will administer the final blow to the people, the issue will be resolved. Without wishing to direct you, a forced recruitment for the faraway conflict would be perfect way to arouse the people definitively. Your devoted servant, Francis Anthony's Charlotte de la Country? Yeah, going with that. Key with a fire
Chest
symbol.
with the motif representing the alchemical symbol of fire.
Found one key.
Am I seeing things, or is that an actual von Leeuwenhoek microscope? Incredible. Mortimer really is at the cutting edge of science. Even at the Order, it took us ages to get one of those.
So, science. Yeah, which we already knew. My dearest friend, our plans are going ahead wonderfully well, and the Coinage Act has been voted. Your project of founding the very first Bank of America should not be delayed and will probably be called Union Bank. As for the construction of the White House, it is still die to begin in October. I will accept no delays. You can trust me on this. I hope to see you soon. Thomas Jefferson, Secretary of State. Oh boy.
A table of alchemical elements.
So, Lord Mortimer also studies alchemy? It seems like he's interested in everything.
I feel like I searched his study very well when it's still saying search his study. Did that, I read those. Should I leave? I can't leave. What didn't I see?
It's locked.
So my mom needed me to come. Oh. Let us see if you have the courage to face me alone.
This is my mother's writing. I've picked up her trail. What is she up to?
Obviously, she wants to lure Mortimer somewhere, but where? The only clue she's left for Mortimer is his stone sword. It must be intentional. It looks like a decorative sword, like from a statue, for example. And judging by the state of it, I'm guessing it's been left outside for a long time. I have absolutely got to find out where it came from.
Probably the garden. Go find your mother. Oh boy, this is not gonna end well.
Oh shit. How am I gonna get out of here now?
This looks like the same mechanism as the one on the other side.
What I'm thinking is it has to be the opposite, not the opposite, but flipped. Right? So halfway between 1 and 9 is what? So if something's at 1, it wouldn't be at 9, it would be at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4. The backside of 1 would be 5, right? So there's 4 numbers and then 4 numbers, I think. So the opposite of the one I entered, which was 1, 1, 9, 1, right? Would be 1191 is what I put in. So the opposite of that would be oh, but it's also backwards, right? So then 1191 would be 6466, I think. Does that look like a 9? Oh, wait, is it upside down too? Ah! No, I think that would still be right though. Right? Because even if it's upside down, then it would be... Yeah, so 6 would... So it would look like 9, but it'd really be 6. Right? Oh my god. My brain here. Like writing this down. Yeah. It should still be right, I would think. Yeah, because 4 even looks kind of weird. Okay, yeah. 3, 4, 5, 6.
This looks like the same mechanism as the one on the other side.
Yeah, we get that. Yes! Oh my god, that's like when you like write a word or something into a mirror. I'm gonna get caught right here, I just know it.
Well, better not dwell on it then.
Find a way out? I'm gonna try to go out the door, I'm gonna get caught. Oh, that was quick. Okay. I poisoned Waldo in the Bird and Mortimer's office. Yeah. Alternate paths. I could have met Peru under strange circumstances. Could have. Okay. Let's see. I can finally unlock that because that's been a problem and a thorn in my side. 3 more points. Is anything close? Science knowledge. I feel like we're gonna need a lot more of those soon, so we'll keep that. We'll put one in here. We can't put another one in there. No. Oh, I used them all already. Okay, there we go. 3 books or 3 manuscripts to equip. Questioning, definitely need. Could definitely use that. Politics, definitely.
This note is about a meeting with Lord Mortimer. There's no doubt about it. Alright, I need to find out where the sword that came with it's from in order to find Mother.
You're joking, I hope. Don't tell me you've done that.
Really? How do you expect me to guess?
Oh, for God's sake, just ask them. We must absolutely inform Sir Gregory. How long has he been trying to collect all the spears?
I must have brought him the first one 20-odd years ago.
Do you know if he has managed to get the original?
Well, in any case, he's got all the ones we had at the Vatican. He made me replace them with copies. But I don't understand your reaction. I'm sure it is nothing serious.
Aha. I can see very well you do not understand. You have done nothing less than sign our death warrants, and still you don't understand.
Someone is listening.
What? Monsieur de Richet.
Are we this
Why
bad?
not join us rather than find yourself eavesdropping?
I didn't want to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
Of course you didn't. So, my son, what can we do for you?
I'm gonna get killed.
I was wondering if you might have seen an object like this here at the manor.
What are you playing at, de Richet?
I'm afraid I can't help you, my son. Ask someone who knows the manor better than I do. One of the servants, for example. One of them is bound to help you.
Thank you for your advice, Your Eminence. I didn't mean to spy on you, but you caught my attention. Your Eminence, I don't know what you said to Mr. von Boldena, but the poor fellow looks positively crestfallen.
Not at all.
Don't you believe it, Louis? I was just telling Monsieur about Lord Mortimer's burning passion for holy relics. You must have noticed he's a bit of a collector. Well, for years, he has been searching high and low to bring all the copies of the Holy Spear together. As I was coming here, I thought I'd bring him a few of them. That's all.
Be quiet, for God's sake. Please leave us, monsieur. His Eminence and I wish to finish our discussion alone.
No, where else can I find the origin of this sword? I want to say it's the garden, but like I've never been outside. I've never been able to go outside. I know there's always one servant that's downstairs. That's what I'm thinking. This is not the right downstairs, though, is it? Oh, no, it is. Okay. Yay. Come here, random servant dude.
What can I do for you, sir? I am at your service day and night, sir.
Could you tell me where this sword comes from, please?
Certainly, sir. How did such a sword come into sir's hands?
No, both of them are vulnerable. Okay.
Listen, my good man, I'd gladly stand here discussing matters all day long, but I'm terribly pressed for time. Your petty logistical concerns are of no interest to me. I asked you a question, and I'm still waiting for an answer.
Do please excuse me, sir. If I were sir, I would look in the garden. This sword looks like it's from the garden statues.
That's literally what I said.
And how can I get into the garden?
There are two ways, sir. The first way to get to the garden is by the hall, between the conference room and the portrait gallery. The second way is directly through the portrait gallery. Sir would just have to go out by the French windows.
Thank you, my good man.
The French windows. which are where?
Lord Mortimer certainly has a taste for staging rooms.
Where are those windows?
I am sorry, sir, but the conference room is under preparation and is consequently inaccessible to guests.
Okay. French windows. We go down here. French windows? Yeah! There we go.
The sword probably came from this garden, but what could it have been used for? Golden elixir.
Well, Monsieur de Richet, what brings you here?
You always have a problem with someone, dude.
I tell you what I'm looking for, Monsieur Peru. Will you promise to keep it to yourself?
Hell no. And anybody who gives you a promise like that is an unmitigated liar. Trust no one, Monsieur de Richet, or you'll soon be a dead man. I bid you good luck. You'll need it.
Well, I tried.
Ariadne. In Greek mythology, she helped Theseus get through the labyrinth. Looks like there's a crack in the region of the heart. I guide this sword that will kill the monster.
I guide the sword that killed the monster.
Let's see. What's going to happen if I've got it wrong?
Now he's like putting so much doubt in my head, I'm like terrified.
Ariadne. I'll try something else.
She helped Theseus get through the labyrinths, right? So follow her rope.
Here's the famous Ariadne's thread, thanks to which, if I remember rightly, Theseus avoided getting lost in the labyrinth.
How do I get over this? Ooh, a book. Okay. So I need to somehow get to the other side of that string, but I don't know how to. Ah!
Theseus, son of Aegeus. He's the one who slayed the Minotaur. I wonder if Mother managed to solve this enigma.
So I'm thinking that I would have to shove it in the Minotaur, but where's the Minotaur?
Minos, son of Zeus and Europa. If I remember correctly, he was the king of Crete. Married to Pasiphae, he had many children, including the famous Ariadne, whom history remembers for her thread. Hey, there's a crack in that statue. His gesture sealed his fate. The crack is in the region of the heart.
Minor, short for Minotaur, and plaque sounds right, but where do I go now? Oh, but here's the Minotaur. Oh.
Minos. Asterion. It is rare to see him like this. In general, he's represented with the head of a bull, with the features of the Minotaur.
The famous son of Minos and Pasiphae.
The statue has a crack in it. Right. We'll soon see.
How do I know if I did the right one? Like, what am I supposed to do with it? I mean, he has several swords in him. It looks right. Oh. A bad feeling.
I wonder what this kiosk is doing in the middle of the garden. Too cramped to be able to do much. Well, there must be something going on there. What is that? It's like a sort of opening mechanism. Knowing Mortimer, I bet it's booby-trapped. There's a little hole at the fingers. I'm pretty sure if I get it wrong, I'll get pricked. Damn you, Mortimer. Reminds me of traps I studied in Egyptian tombs.
I think I'm right, though. No!
What's wrong? Either I'm imagining things or my hand was pricked. It had poison on it. My head. I feel hot.
It's up to the just to deliver judgment. Truth unlocks all possibilities. It looks like this slab moves. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a
So maybe I was
passageway
right the
underneath
first
it.
time. Ah.
Asterion.
Can't just keep shoving it in people, though.
Minos. The crack is in the region of the heart.
Okay, I'm gonna try this again. Who's this guy all the way over here, though? Can't even get to that guy.
Pasiphae, daughter of Perseus and sister of Circe. She married Minos and became the queen of Crete.
She has no cracks. For once justice is done, she won't pay for the errors of the others. All right, let's continue anyways.
Oh, I was right the first time. Is that blood? This can't be good.
Ah!
Whoa.
You're getting a vision?
Again?
You can't be serious, Manuel. You know that's not going to happen.
You must leave me alone now. I have agreed to everything. Even to...
Agreed? I wasn't aware you had a choice.
What's going on here?
What now? What else must I do to win back my freedom?
Obey me. Now get out.
What was that? That's the third time in 3 days. Let's see if you're in there, Mother.
I feel like that's where it's probably gonna leave us. Nope. Okay, we go.
A fragment of amber. Bandages.
Someone's been patching themselves up. Looks like my mother took advantage of being in hiding to change her bandages, huh? This is silk. She must have used her own clothes. There are patches where the blood isn't totally clotted. That's a good sign, right? She changed them recently, which proves she's still looking after herself and still believes in her chances. Well, I'd love to tell her to keep hanging in there.
Oh, this can't be good. So one of them is being impersonated?
Damn it, Mother. Now what's happened?
Oh, she killed him. Watch your back. Watch your back.
Don't move!
Wait, I'm not armed.
Who are you?
Good God, Mother, what have you—
Tell me who you are!
Does she not recognize me? Has she really gone mad? Oh, I didn't fail anything, though. I could have inspired Peru to trust me. Probably should have done that. Ooh, I did end of another fine chapter. At least I found her, but she's kind of gone nuts, and she doesn't recognize me. So, this should not be fun. But we'll see. It looks like there's 3 sections for next week. So, that sounds like a plan. But, I know, me too, Sieg. They're getting more and more interesting. Let's see, if anyone's on, we can raid. We can raid over to the person we did last week, who's also playing a mystery game. So I think that's where we'll head. There we go. But that was definitely very interesting. I'm really confused where this is all going, but it definitely keeps you on your toes. A lot of mythology and history and all the things you would love for a cult story. But I hope you guys had a good time. Wednesday, still working on 2,000 rolls in Clue to get the very last achievement for that game. That takes place during the day. Thursday, more often than not, will be Forbidden West. And I've been trying to avoid the ending, so doing a lot of side quests and things like that. And then I think that's it. So I look forward to seeing you guys over there, and I hope you enjoyed this game because it's definitely interesting. Let's see if we can get it all saved. And let's say hi to this other mystery person who loves mystery games just as much as we do. See you guys over there. Bye.